face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yeah, we put in these 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can keep me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds blow low, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of the year.
please get Anderson and Smith? Anderson and Smith, please. I get Kappa and Frazier. Kappa and Frazier.
Feels like your love has gone missing. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need you all and nothing less. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Okay, you're a superstar, but I'm a supernova. Better clean your prize, otherwise cut and the scene game over. Do we call it love, or do we call it off? There ain't no maybe. I just can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on. No. I can't keep holding on. Can't keep holding on. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you
Can I get
wanna be with me, I need you all.
Danny body coach? Body coach for the tournament desk, please.
I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing.
get Davison and Panunzio.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. That's it.
Thompson and LeBlanc. Thompson and LeBlanc.
We might have Gordon on board. Can you hear me?
Who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?
And good morning, my name is Dylan Kimlin and welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games here in Currumbin, Gold Coast, Queensland. Currently you'll see on the court we've got Caden Hansel and Taylor Smith warming up for the men's singles gold medal match. Should be an absolute thriller. Both of these gentlemen played together yesterday in the men's doubles gold medal match, which they got the gold in. So this should definitely be a worthwhile singles event to tune into. It's quite blustery once again here today, if you tuned in to watch yesterday at all. I've had a walk around and inspected the courts and had a chat to a couple of the players, and
Women's open singles,
the wind is definitely into play today. It is the same as what we found yesterday regarding if you're watching currently from Taylor on the left and Caden on the right, the wind is blustery towards the right end of the court, so the players have definitely had to adjust to such conditions, because if you're on the left side and you hit the ball, it is going to go a lot further than you originally anticipated. So we'll be curious to see how that affects play today in singles, as these players hit the ball very hard. It's also quite warm on the courts. Same deal. If anything, I find it's probably warmer than yesterday. The players have said that already it's only quite early, 10:30 in the morning, and the heat is definitely out already. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects play throughout the day as players play multiple events. We also have the team events later on. But yeah, should be good. The gentlemen are just warming up. This game format is very much a traditional singles event. So 3 games to 11, win by 2. Final game will be a swap by 6. And while we're waiting for the gentlemen to warm up, I'd like to give a shout out to Gem Life. They're the reason for today's live stream and yesterday's live stream. We're very thankful for it. If you're looking for a modern and luxurious over 50s living, look no further. We're grateful to Gem Life for sponsoring the live stream for today's competition and yesterday's competition. Gem Life makes it easy for you to live the active, vibrant life you deserve in your 50s and beyond. Begin a whole new life today. Go to www.gemlife, that's GEMLIFE.com.au. Thank you to Gem Life. Be very interesting to see how this game pans out. For viewers at home that aren't too familiar with Taylor and Caden, both are very high level players in their respective fields outside of pickleball. Taylor is with AIS for paddle tennis. I'm not too sure if he still is currently. I'll have to get him in to ask if that's still the case, but I know he was. And Caden, very high level tennis player, has featured in many top-end tournaments around the country. So this here should be a very solid singles match. as both these gentlemen are not scared of the big stage and have done so in the past in other events. So we'll have a look here. I'm not too sure. I believe Mike Newell will be officiating this match once more, as he did yesterday. He has plenty of experience with doing gold medal matches as well. For anyone that's watching at home that hasn't played in a match with a referee or someone being an official for the event, it is a different experience. Typically what you can expect is that this person will call the score and typically call the kitchen lines. Now, in Australia, we typically have someone that's doing the kitchen lines. We don't do the base lines unless we have line judges. So I've just had sit down next to me, one of the, I guess you could say, long-serving residents of the pickleball community here in Queensland, Ron Gutliff. How you doing, Ron?
Good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too shabby. Hey, it's a pretty good way to spend your Monday morning when you get to sit down and watch a gold medal match in singles.
Yes.
Yeah, so you've been here all weekend for the event?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. And should be good fun. I think as we can see on the court right now, Mike's just having a chat to both gentlemen. As we spoke about yesterday, typically the official will have a chat to the players involved on the court just to go over the rules, the scoring system, make sure that everyone's on board with it. As I said earlier, these guys have already played in a gold medal match. Taylor's played in multiple throughout this event, so they know the process, but it's always just good to make sure everyone's on board. Yeah. Have you played today at all, Ron, or just yesterday?
Played Saturday and Sunday, and hopefully going to play in the teams event this afternoon.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it should be good fun. I think there's a bit of talk around about that teams event. It seems to be something a little bit different.
Yeah, that's right. So always keen to try something different with pickleball.
Yeah. Are you getting involved with any of the Sunny Coast residents for that, or are you sort of a mixed bag with your team?
More Noosa.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 people from Noosa. We were entered last year, but unfortunately COVID knocked that out of the head. So we've just rolled it over to this year, and it should be a hoot.
Yeah, it should be good fun. I think it looks like the gentlemen are good to go.
Yep.
So
I'm looking forward to this.
We have our men's open gold medal match
just
coming
waiting
on court
as
number 3.
Mike just explains what's happening.
To the right of the chair, we have Caden Hensel, who has elected to serve. Big round of applause for Caden.
Yeah, that's actually a talking point, Ron.
And his decision to serve.
Yes.
We have, I'll wait for Mike to finish up, but I'll explain why.
Come on, get the head wobble going.
I might note that these are the 2 national champions doubles team. They won the national title in Australia. They're going up against each other head to head here today, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start it off, time in 0-0.
That's a great introduction to our matches we have underway. On the right we have Hansel, he'll be serving first, 0-0-2. It's unfortunate there for Taylor, 1-0-2. So Ron, the point I was making earlier where Caden elected to serve first, it's important because, as I was saying to the viewers, the wind is definitely going more of a left to right towards where Caden is, so he's going to have to strike the ball a little bit harder as we see the ball goes out.
Yep.
Taylor's going to have to deliberately strike the ball a little bit softer because the wind is definitely going to carry.
2-0.
Definitely. That wind's been blowing like this the same direction all weekend.
Yeah. I mean, at least it is a little bit... There we go, the ball goes long, as I call it.
That's right.
It is at least it's a little bit predictable in that regard, that you know it's going to go that way.
3-0.
Yeah. The hardest thing is to adjust when you swap ends, at 8, when you go from one end to the other, to get used to the conditions, different conditions very quickly.
Yeah, and that's a very fair point. So what will happen in this event, as Ron has just mentioned, is that The players will swap sides after the first.
Dylan, just bring me up to date with who won the previous singles. I was sort of watching that at home, but then raced down here and didn't get a chance to see whether Martin or Barry won.
I'm not exactly too sure because I was in the same boat. We were getting ready. Unfortunately, that just goes long by Smith there. Yeah, we were in the process of getting ready ourselves, so I actually kind of need to know as well.
Okay.
But from what I could hear, because I was just behind the scenes getting ready, there was a lot of cheering going on, so I'm assuming it was a good game.
Yeah. A couple of Gold Coast boys were playing in that previous match, so...
Yeah.
Side out.
You love a local... We compare the difference of where the wind's kicking in, Caden's falls just in, whereas Taylor's is going just out. And then I think it's... The wind is probably adding in a foot or two.
Point.
Not like Taylor at all. He's usually much more consistent, so hopefully he'll turn it around very quickly.
I reckon give it a bit, he'll warm up. He is versing a very, very good opponent.
Side out.
And that's just gone wide. I think Taylor was looking forward to an ATP opportunity there.
Yes.
So you will notice for singles, for the viewers at home, that unfortunately that just goes wide.
Side out.
The players only get one serve. So typically in doubles pickleball, both players in each team will get a serve each. However, in singles they only get one.
Yep.
And that goes long again.
Out again.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just a foot too long.
Yep.
For viewers at home that have considered that might have played doubles but never played singles.
7.
It's a different, totally different game, isn't it, Ron?
Oh, it's much more like tennis.
7-0.
Yeah, much more angles and
Yeah, and I find the fitness definitely comes into play with singles.
Definitely.
Side out.
Hansel strikes that into the net there.
Skinny singles is about as far as I go.
0-7.
Well, I try skinny singles. It doesn't mean that I'm skinny.
what an
great
effort. Pick-up. A good pick-up by Taylor, but unfortunately...
I notice, viewers at home,
7-0.
that Caden's currently serving on the other side of the court. Now, that is relevant. Oh, that's a beautiful shot there by Taylor. Look at these angles being cut.
Look at this.
Oh, just too short. And that's ended up at the commentary desk. Where'd you go? Officials got it. So the reason why Caden served on the other side of the court, and we'll see if Taylor does it here, no. It's because it's relevant to whether they're on an odd or even score.
Correct.
So technically, Taylor is on an even score because he is on 0, so he serves on the even side of the court, which is where you would traditionally start a game in. Now we notice here, Caden is on 7, which is an odd number, so he will serve on the other side of the court. There's always a lot of people that always ask, how do you know who served first? Yep. This is how, and I'd highly recommend anyone watching at home that doesn't understand this yet to, that just rolls over.
The roll, rubber the green there.
To definitely learn this. It can be very beneficial. It just solves a lot of headaches, especially in rec play. So 0-7, Smith to serve.
Gee, that wind's gusty, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's all right when you're under the shade. That's rolled in.
Yay! Come on, get the head wobble going.
1-7.
As Taylor is now on an odd number, he's serving on the other side of the court. 1-7.
Ooh, gee, that was tight.
Point.
Very good serve. He's doubled his score and the crowd cheers.
2-7. Side out.
So I know, Ron, you recently went, was it Hawaii to play a bunch of pickleball?
Yeah,
international. Yeah.
Little mini tour.
Yeah. How did you find? Because did you go to Europe as well, or was it just America?
Hawaii, America, France, and Spain.
How did you find? I'm curious. How did you find the differences between the European and the American play styles?
The Americans are they've got so many players with such good depth.
Yep.
You know, just wherever you go, like Ray Ware, I went over with Ray Ware.
Yep.
And we had practice sessions at Diamond Head near Waikiki.
Yep.
And the standard of play, every game we got was just really solid because they've been playing for so many years.
Yeah. Yep.
But we were treated so well and made to feel so welcome. The second day we arrived at Diamond Head just for a practice session, they presented us with club shirts.
Oh, look out. There you go. To be fair, I think you and Ray especially pretty impressionable on the community. Always bring a smile.
7-2.
For the viewers at home, we watched Ray play yesterday in one of the events. He had a lovely bucket hat on. It was nice and colourful. You may remember him.
Yes. I think it might have been his wife's, actually.
Oh, there we go. Classic Ray pitch and hats.
8-2.
But so it's 8-2.
8-2.
And so will serve. But that's really good to know because, like, I haven't personally played overseas yet, and there's always that thought in the back of your mind, like, where is the Australian scene in comparison to? Obviously, we've got Sarah Burr playing overseas at the moment.
Yeah.
But I know quite a lot of Sunny Coast, Noosa guys.
Ooh,
Okay,
bad
so
luck.
a long ATP there.
Yeah.
Have gone overseas. You mentioned France as well, and we've got a timeout here. By
Come
Smith.
out, yep.
How did you find Europe regarding the pickleball scene?
Completely different because, especially in Spain, pickleball's being played by, I would say, 35-year-olds.
Okay.
So it's in Australia and America, it seems to be more retirees that are taking it on.
Yep.
But definitely in Spain, and France, there was hardly, anyone over 60 playing at all.
Wow.
And it was still, people who are still in the workforce. So
Yeah, true.
completely different demographic, age demographic.
That's so interesting you mentioned that it's... So,
Time in.
it's just explaining the timeout situation here. For
West, which was just awesome. And I played against and with this 18-year-old
210.
who was ranked about, 15 singles ranking in the world.
Oh, wow.
And I was just having a chat to him afterwards and said, how long you been playing? And he said 14 years. So he started playing when he was 4 years old. His father put a paddle in his hand, so that just gives you an indication, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what I was doing at 4 years of age, but it definitely wasn't playing sport. And Hansel takes the first game.
11-2, game one. You have a 2-minute break.
So the gentleman will have a 2-minute break. But no, that's really good to know that because the game has been around for so long in the States especially, that they, people are born into it, I suppose. Whereas here, it's not uncommon that you hear people might have cricket at a young age, or netball, or rugby, or footy, whatever you play.
That's right. Yes.
Whereas, it'd be nice to see in 10 years' time that we hear the same story of young ones playing pickleball at a young age.
Yeah, well, it's great to see. I mean, on the Gold Coast, there's a couple of 16-year-old boys playing,
Yep.
young men, and they're going to turn out fantastic players. And it's great to see. We need that influx of younger players to sort of grow the game. I think.
Exactly right. It's a funny story I've actually had with Mike, the current official for this game, at it was an event last year. We were having a chat, and we both laughed that we would be irrelevant in 5 years' time because you're going to have all these young guns coming through.
For sure.
That'll clean you up on the court.
We've got to make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, exactly right.
0-0.
But the dedication of some of these 16-year-olds, I don't know whether you know the story, but one of the families came from Yeppoon,
Yep.
and they've all packed up and shifted down to 5 minutes away from the pickleball and tennis complex at Beenleigh,
Yep.
so that the son and the father can play pickle.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's the sort of dedication.
Yeah, no, you love to see it. I think it's the kind of sport that what I love about pickleball is you can either take it very seriously,
Yes.
or just treat it as your fun game that you play with your mates or family once a week or once a
1-0.
fortnight. And either way, it's still good games.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful shot there by
Yeah.
Caden.
One of my favourite lines is when I'm explaining it to people, like I say grandchildren can play with their grandparents.
Exactly right.
You know?
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see, and I think
2-0.
I haven't seen. Has there been any families come to this event? I haven't seen.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. The Hilton family was here. Yep. Daughter, father, and
0-2.
mother, I think, were competing
beautiful.
this weekend.
Yeah, something like a teams event. You get to play with your whole family. How fun would that be?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we just get a score check. We've just had a
2-0.
2-0.
2-0.
Hansel to serve.
Yeah, Taylor's going to have to dig deep here.
Yeah, well, as we spoke earlier, the wind is definitely favouring. It's pushing
Nice shot.
towards Taylor. So as a result, now Caden is going to have to be a bit more wary.
Sure.
In saying that, though, he's played outdoor tennis his whole life. I'm sure wind
Yes.
is just par for the course for what he's accustomed to.
Yeah. But all weekend, that as we're sitting here, the side on the left-hand side is easier to score points from.
That's really good to know, yeah. So that's currently where Caden is currently on. Look at that top spin serve.
Yeah. Yeah.
Side out.
So we did mention earlier yesterday in the broadcast that singles generally taller players have a bit of an advantage because they can cover more court.
Yep. Longer reach.
Longer reach, exactly. Oh, look at this pressure here by Caden. Beautiful recovery by Taylor to keep it though. There we go.
Well played.
Side out.
Lightning strikes. Caden struck the same spot over and over again there to get the pop up.
Yep. Just on another aside, not sure whether you know, but we're currently getting a Pickleball Seniors Australian group together.
Oh, beautiful.
And we've got about 450 members at the moment. So we're currently in negotiations with a couple of clubs to hold some over 60s tournaments next year.
Yep.
So watch this space in regard to that. I think there's a big need for that.
Director, the pretty much 50 plus, there's always, it's just packed. Those events always have a high demand, and the games are always great to watch as well.
Yes. We'll be looking to run it midweek as well.
Yeah, nice.
So, yep.
I mean, it makes sense. Here we are at the Masters, right? Like, it's a great time to talk about it, and hopefully, I was having a chat to one of the players here that actually came from Tasmania. He was having a chat regarding the Masters next year and sort of what's happening there, and I know that
4-0.
the pickleball scene is booming, sort of as you mentioned, Ron, that 60 plus demographic. Oh, it's just gone well.
Yeah.
Good discipline by Caden there to not strike at that.
Yeah, we just the number of people I've spoken to this
5-0.
weekend in regard to what pickleball's done for them. You know, it's as they've retired and stuff like that, people have found it very difficult to adjust. But pickleball's given them the vehicle to actually physically exercise, which is part of it. But the other part is the social side of it. And pickleball is probably the most social sport I've ever played.
Oh, I would agree with that, and that just goes long.
Yep.
Let's talk about that, Ron. How do you find, as a retiree, coming into a social sport where you get to meet a bunch of people, get to, play? Because I see you everywhere. You're one of the few people that would rival me with travel with the sport. How do you find it, like, going from, as finding a new sport? If someone, let's say we're talking to someone that has never played pickleball before, in that they might be retired.
Yep.
What would you say to them?
Just go and find your local club and just start, dip your toe in the water, go to a beginner session wherever close to wherever you live, and just be careful because it's going to change your life.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's definitely addicting. I think once you get started, it's hard to, stop playing. And that's a good thing because it's such a healthy sport.
Yep.
And not only for your physical health, but your mental as well. You're meeting so many wonderful people.
Sure.
Yep. I don't know if the viewers at home can hear the sort of clapping and the support that's going on for our current players.
Yeah.
There's Hansel Smith serves for 8-0. That's a beautiful drop there by Taylor. Oh, unfortunate.
But the big part of it is too, like, the playing is so fun, but like afterwards, when everyone sort of says, oh, you want to have a coffee and stuff like this, and people just say yes. So then you get a chance to catch up with people and find out, a bit more about them.
Exactly right.
Yeah. And you make the connection. Like, I love to come and play tournaments to compete, but the big part of it for me is catching up with people that I don't see, on a regular occasion. Yeah,
that's a great little insight there, and I think I agree entirely from that. One of my favourite things is after a tournament when everyone goes and has, unfortunate there for Caden. Great pressure there by Taylor, but the players will go and have dinner after an event or catch up.
Yep.
There's just laughs all around. You have a great time.
Yep.
0-8.
0-8. Smith to serve.
Like, even this tournament, I've made friends with people I played with a lady from America.
Yep.
I only met her on Friday night. She was looking for a mixed partner, and I said, sure, I'll jump in with you. People from New Zealand, had a hit with them on Thursday and Friday while they were warming up for the event. You just make these connections with people from you don't know where.
Yeah, and I would say, if you had any advice for people that might, let's say you've got to play with people you haven't met before. You might be a bit anxious or a bit nervous to approach a tournament. What is the process that if you haven't got a partner on? What would you say? That's just along there.
Yeah, I try and, if you've got time, connect with them, via Facebook, social messenger and things like that.
8-3.
Yeah, just find out about people and see if you've got a bit of a connection there. Yeah, that's always worked well for me. In the Pacific Rim tournament, I did that. In the French Open, once again, I played with a girl from Mooloolaba, but I didn't have a men's partner, so yeah, just put it out there and ended up playing with a guy from America. So,
there you go. Yeah, and I think that's something. It's as we see that Taylor's on a bit of a run here. I think that's something that it's not just domestic. Like you've mentioned already there, that you played in America and in Europe, but it's the same, isn't it? Oh, it's a beautiful strike there.
Yes.
And that's a double bounce there for the viewers at home.
Yep.
Great effort by Taylor. But you can play anywhere, right?
Oh.
It's the same process.
Listen to this for a story. We got invited to play in a little mini tournament in Cadiz, down on the Mediterranean coast in Spain, which we did, had a ball, played in this fantastic complex that was just dedicated pickleball courts indoors with a hard court, which in my opinion is the epitome of, that's what I love to see here.
Yep.
Anyway, so we played, met a lot of fantastic people, and then they said, "Oh, what are you doing later?" And my wife and I said, "Oh, no, nothing. What's on?" So they said, "Come and join us down the beach on a restaurant on the sand down there." So we went down there and just had a wonderful afternoon, just finding out about them and how pickleball was going in Spain, and
10-4.
wonderful afternoon.
That's so nice. Yeah. You love to hear it, and I think just the community. It sounds funny, like you join a sport to play the sport, but then you stick around for the sport, for the community, right? As
There we go.
takes the second match. And that was a pretty dominant effort there by Taylor.
Yes.
It's saying that.
Yes.
Some great defensive efforts there by Taylor.
Well done, guys.
But no, look, Ron, thank you so much for joining in with us today. Are you playing singles today as well?
Man's got to know his limitations.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. I avoid singles like the plague. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. I could, but then I probably wouldn't get up the stairs at home tonight.
Fair call. And you got a bit of a drive back home anyway, I imagine. So
we're actually down in Currumbin. We're house sitting from another pickleball family who are in Scotland. So we're here for 3 or 4 months.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that's, we've been talking about the community. Here you are, just get to have a bit of a break out at Gold Coast for a little bit of time, and you found that through pickleball.
Yeah. And the other thing we love doing too is when we do a road trip. We find out, like, if we're going to Yeppoon next weekend, go up there. They've obviously got a pickleball facility. We know some of the people that are in that club. So if you want to do a road trip anywhere from North Queensland right down to Tasmania, you can organise it such that you can call in and play at clubs that are popping up all along the way, and then you get to have a coffee with them or a beer or something afterwards, and you just make more connections.
Exactly right. No, I think that's such a good thing, and the domestic family continues to grow. Everyone gets amongst each other and gets to know each other, and like already today I've just walked around and sort of like you touched on, there's people from interstate, internationally that have come here, and they might not necessarily know who's on the court, but they're going to cheer them on anyway.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, come on, this is another pickleball player, It's like another friend.
Yeah.
We wish them well.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm so happy that Victoria's has been, maybe due to the strict COVID lockdowns, but they've been lagging, in my opinion, from clubs starting up and members and stuff like that. But speaking to people here this weekend, it seems like it's starting to really taking off down there. For instance, down on the Bellarine Peninsula, you've got Torquay's got 80 members. Ocean Grove's got 60, and they're just about to start another one in the next town, Drysdale. So the momentum's growing down there.
Yeah, you love to see it. And I did mention earlier the gentleman I spoke to from Tasmania, Don, I believe his name was. He did say how much Tasmania has exploded. We've obviously got a couple of representatives from Tassie today, and it's so good. I just think the level of play and also just the amount of players involved. It's so good to see the interstate players getting involved. And personally, I can't wait to start travelling myself and going down to these places and getting to meet everyone.
Yep.
Um,
Just on Tassie, this is just a funny little aside. My wife and I were down there in February,
Yeah.
and we're staying in a hotel in the middle of Hobart. So this particular morning I wake up, I thought, I'll do the right thing, go and get my wife a cup of coffee, bring it back to the room, go down there, grab the coffee, walk past the foyer, and I hear, "Hey, Ron." And I thought, no. Anyway, keep on walking. "Hey, Ron." Turn around. It's Ray and Jenny Weir.
Yeah.
We had no idea that they were there. So, of course, as soon as we met up, we said, "What are you doing this afternoon?" "No, nothing. What are you doing?" "Oh, we're looking for a game of pickleball." So we ended up playing down in Kingston, met like 30 or 40 people at the session there, and, you know, this is just what happens.
Oh, man. It's because you and Ray are like peas in a pod. You can't separate each other, and you're in a totally different part of the country and still run into each
Yeah,
other.
exactly. But had no idea that the other family was there.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
So-
But it's awesome that you guys could just hop on and have a whack wherever. I
Yeah.
think, let's talk about that actually. I think there's a lot of players, especially if you come from other sports, like I'm from baseball, we always played
Okay, our
on
first medal
Sunday.
presentation.
You can't,
Could I have these
pickleball you can
teams
play any
moving
day of the
over
week,
towards
at
the
any
top
time.
stand,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah.
We need the men's open. We need the 65 plus 2.6 to 3.0s, 19 plus 2.5 and unders, and 19 plus 2.6 to 3.0s. If you guys could work your way over to the medal stand, and if you see any of your friends around that won the medals, please get them, and we'll get the ceremony going as soon as they all get there. Could I please get the 25 plus men's 3.6 to 5.0, 25 plus men's singles 3.6 to 5.0, come to the tournament desk.
Age has nothing to do with a number. It's about a state of mind. A decision to seize every day and make it yours. Some people have been alive for ages and never really lived. But that's okay. They'll figure it out. Or they won't. What are you waiting for? Who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for? who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?
Okay, now we're 65 plus men's singles 2.6 to 3.0. Our bronze medalist, Hopstad. And our silver medalist, Mr. Thompson. There you go. And of course, our hometown favorite, Murray Simpson for the gold. Murray. Great job, gentlemen. Good work. 19 plus women's singles 2.5 and under. Please come to the tournament desk. 19 plus 2.5 and under tournament desk. Plus men, R. McDonald. Are you here? R. McDonald. Plus men's singles 3.6 to 5.0. Can I get Tompkins, Simpkins, Fowler, White, Russell, and Ware? Do I have men's 25 plus singles 3.6 to 5.0? White, Russell, Ware, Fowler. Please report to the tournament desk. Panunzio to the tournament desk, please. Periwinkle Panunzio to the tournament desk. team's announcement. So I have a list of registered players from the Panpax registration website. If you have registered with Panpax to participate in the team's event, please see the tournament desk. We need to know what your team lineup is, your 1 through 4 team lineup, and also who is on your team. Because the list I had from Panpax is alphabetical, and it would be a very strange coincidence if that's how your teams were registered.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, as Ron has just reminded me. This is Dylan Kimlin, and I'm currently sitting here with Ron Gutliff. The game that we're currently watching is the 25-plus women's singles event. We are at the Pan Pacific Masters Games here in Currumbin. And on the left side here, we have Hibbert in the long sleeve, and on the right, we have Ballantyne. Ron, did you want to give a bit of an introduction to these ladies and where they're from?
Yeah, Amanda Hibbert was originally from the Sunshine Coast, Mooloolaba, but talking to her over the weekend, I hear that the family's packed up and moved to country central Victoria in a little town called Beechworth. So, knowing Amanda as I do, watch this space in regard to pickleball taking off in Beechworth. And down the other end we have another Victorian from Beaumaris, Dee Ballantyne. So fantastic to see Dee up here on the Gold Coast, and great to hear that pickleball is starting to take off in the inner suburbs of Melbourne, Beaumaris, Hampton, these sort of southern suburbs of Melbourne. So yeah, Victoria's finally getting on board. It's probably been the slowest growing pickleball state, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah, but from what I'm hearing over the weekend, it's really starting to take off in Victoria.
It's very good to see, and I think the quality is also, getting quite up there. I was having a chat with one of the gentlemen from Tasmania earlier today, who's attending a training or a coaching course that are being led from several of the high level players from Victoria.
Right.
So it's great to see that the interstate players is sort of helping other interstate. Oh, that's a beautiful shot there.
Yeah.
Nice little drop here. And that has just dropped in.
Well played. Great rally.
So we will have to find out whether this, because this is a round robin, I believe.
Okay.
We will have to find out if this is playing to 11 or to 15. For viewers at home, most of the round robin matches have gone 1 game to 15, and the finals have gone 3 games to 11, which is pretty traditional here in Australia anyway, as we have a nice little shootout.
Great rally. Yeah.
Well played by the ladies.
I think there's a couple of ex-tennis players here by the look of the way they're playing here.
You can pick them. So I am curious to see whether these ladies play against each other. You've mentioned they're both from Victoria.
Yeah, well played. Thank you.
Okay. So we've just had confirmation that the games will go to 15. So typically what happens in a game to 15 is the players will swap at 8. So first person to get to 8 points, the players will swap sides. They're currently using Franklin X40s, which are the balls. And that is important, especially I had a chat to someone yesterday. They were saying that a lot of the Victorian players actually play indoors.
Yes, for sure. Why wouldn't you with the climate they've got down there?
I'm not going to say anything about the weather in Melbourne, but we all know what it's like.
Yep.
But that's interesting, we've got to sort of touch on that. The players typically would play indoors, which has a bit of a different bounce, spinners affected differently.
Oh, it's an entirely different game, Dylan.
Yep. So what would be your thoughts on that, Ron, if you're coming from an indoor dominant, background to coming to an outdoor tournament? How would you sort of assess yourself and assess the venue to get yourself into an outdoor mindset?
In my opinion, if you can get to the venue a couple of days before the tournament starts and have some warm-up hits and just get used to the different bounce, the different weather conditions. Just harping back to our time in America, we played at about 5 or 6 different locations in America. Every surface that we played on was different.
Yeah, wow.
So, and some were indoors, some were outdoors, and yeah, but it was just amazing. And the different bounce on the balls and the different balls being used. So, yeah, if you have time and you're going to enter a tournament, try and get there a day or two earlier and familiarise yourself with A, the balls, and B, the conditions.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I'll just get a score check while ladies are waiting for serve. 4-2.
4-2, thank you.
Yeah, so 4-2. Currently going in the way of Valentine as we have a side away. To Hibbert, sorry.
Have a look at the smile on the faces of these women. They're just loving it. Isn't it fantastic?
Well, I mean, it's better than working
Yeah.
for a Monday, that's for sure.
Yep.
It's,
Is it Monday, is it?
yeah, apparently. No, I'm a big fan of Garfield myself and not a fan of Mondays, but definitely a fan of today, that's for sure.
Who wrote the song I Don't Like Mondays?
Don't know if that's a topic to be brought up for a live broadcast, but no, it is a good song. It's a lovely shootout here by
Great
ladies.
rally.
Good hands across the board. So for the players at home that are wondering regarding singles has similar rules to doubles, we do have a lot of, I would say primarily people that join pickleball typically start in doubles and then venture out to singles.
Yes, definitely.
Great pressure on the net here. Singles rules are pretty much the same. The scoring is a little bit different in that you only get one serve, I suppose. But besides that, the rules are more or less the same. You can't stand in the kitchen. You got to let the third ball bounce. Unfortunately, that hits the net.
Yeah.
So we should have serve here via Hibbert.
Yeah. In my opinion, it seems to be more tennis players that want to come, and once they've started to play pickleball, then they'd like to have a hit of singles because it's more like tennis.
Yep. Oh, it's a great shot.
Woohoo.
Right in the corner of the kitchen.
See, great angle there, wasn't it?
And we've got
Here we go.
a ball roll into the commentary desk.
Yep. This lady just picking up the ball now from America. Yep, just come across to play in the Pan Pac. So how
Yeah,
good's
fair
this?
cool.
Yep. Jenny Johnson all the way from North Carolina.
Hopefully,
Ooh.
unfortunately, just a bit too short there. Hopefully some of our international viewers are tuning in and appreciating some of the games we get to watch.
Could I get the women's singles
it just goes
45
wide.
plus 3-6 to 5-0? Come on over to the tournament desk and check in.
So, Ron, we sort of touched on it earlier regarding, I guess, the multiple locations throughout the state that we can play in. You have travelled throughout the state a far lot more than I have regarding playing pickleball. Unfortunately, when I travel, it's always working, so I don't get time to play. What locations sort of have you been involved with across the state, and if there's any players watching throughout Queensland that might want to know, okay, is there a place nearby that I can play?
Yeah, well, Cairns, Mission Beach, Tully, they've all got clubs going up there. Then you come down to Rocky, Yeppoon. Yeppoon's probably got one of the best purpose-built pickleball facilities in Australia.
Yep.
They've got 8 purpose-built courts, and word has it that they've just been approved to build another 8 down there with probably a show court as well and cover. In a, like a small town like Yeppoon, how good is that?
I can't wait till we can do commentary at such a venue like that. It excites me that the quote-unquote regional areas are starting to get a bit more exposure and a bit more noticed.
Yep.
And also the player base are booming. It's a beautiful thing.
Yep. But that complex at Yeppoon is in fantastic effort by their committee to get that up and going. You know, you've got to have people on the committee that are really driving it, because if you don't, it's very hard to get tennis clubs on board.
Now let's talk about committees. So if you're a local player right now watching and you've considered, maybe I could do a little bit more to help out the sport of pickleball, or maybe, I've got a local, you've mentioned tennis court, Ron, or if you've got a local community hall or school gymnasium is a very common one. Leisure centre. Don't be afraid to reach out to your local club and say, hey, look, this is something I'd like to do. And if you're in a location that doesn't have a club, reach out to your state body. Obviously here in Queensland we have PAQ, but you've also got whichever state you happen to be in, they have a state body that can help you out. Or state or territory. Here I am a Territorian, not using the correct terminology. But, it's this sport currently is fueled by volunteers and people that are willing to spend some time to grow it.
Yep.
But the rewards are so worthwhile. Like you've already mentioned, Ron, that the community is beautiful. That everyone's so friendly and just get along really well. So why not get involved?
Yeah, I'd like to. My thing is that that most of the people that play pickleball are pickleball ambassadors.
Yep.
They just spread the word.
Yep.
It's just so easy to do because you're doing something you love and having fun.
Yeah, and it's hard to not talk about it because no one else knows what it is.
Yep.
So when you have a chat and you say, this is what I do,
Yep.
everyone, it's an interesting thing to bring up at dinner. I was very happy. I went to a school recently that they had a pickleball net. And I was like, oh yeah, what's this? Like I obviously knew full well what it was. And they were like, oh, it's pickleball. It's the fastest growing sport in America. And I was like, I've heard that quote before.
Yep.
But it's great to see when other people are educating me on the sport of pickleball.
Yes.
Because they're happy to talk about it.
Yep.
Well, it's a beautiful angle there.
Did you read on social media last week, by the year 2030, they're predicting 40 million players.
In that echelon.
Oh, great rally. What a backhand volley there.
Just because of the sheer growth of the sport currently, it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yep. And then you've got, people, I know Ray Ware, he's another shout out to Ray, but he's still employed as a fireman.
Yep.
On the Gold Coast. And so guess what? Ray's got pickleball going in some of the stations because they're not always out putting out fires. So he's introduced to about 3 or 4 fire stations. They've got pickleball courts.
That's what I said that to Ray. I was like, Ray, do you do work? Or
yeah, exactly. We went down to Victoria, not on the Ballerine Peninsula, on the Mornington Peninsula, which is where we originally came from. And pickleball wasn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be... Oh, wow. That's
Shot.
a net's roll, and she's just made sure that she didn't step in the kitchen there.
Yep.
It's well played. Yeah, my partner Emily and I, we've only just built a new house out near Morayfield, which is where we're building a club currently, and that conversation did come up.
Yes.
Emily,
yes.
can we? Is there room to put in a court? To which Emily advised me that she is wanting to have little ones soon, so that's the priority.
Okay. And may I just suggest that if you are thinking about putting a pickleball in your home, just make sure your neighbours are on board as well.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully.
Make sure they play pickleball.
The microphones we are using are top quality today, but the noise that a pickleball produces is quite loud.
Yes.
So Ron is definitely... Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Shot, Amanda. Beautiful.
Ron is definitely on the ball there, as the balls do create quite a lot of noise.
Yes.
And also just the laughter that ensures from a pickleball game.
Yeah. Because I have heard in, those over 50, 55s lifestyle complexes that are being built all around.
Well, especially in America, you see it quite a lot. I know where you're going with this, yeah.
Yeah. And there's... that's right, Gem Life. They're incorporating pickleball courts in their complexes. The only thing they have to be careful of is the apartments that are built next to the pickleball courts. Just have to be... make sure there's some rules in place that it doesn't being played after 7 o'clock. And
especially with the acoustics. I know, thankfully here in Australia, it isn't so much of a concern because I know exactly what you're referring to in the States, especially with the noise complaints. Because over there, not everyone's a pickleball fanatic just yet. Whereas I know a lot, especially with the clientele that live in somewhere like the likes of Gem Life, they're all hooked on the sport. So we'll get a score check because we have been rambling on here, Ron. I don't exactly know what the score is.
Well done. Delayed that shot till her opponent moved. 13.
So we'll just catch the score via Amanda.
Great serve there. Great rally.
Nice
really good rally.
So we do have a little bit of a crowd building here for this match.
Yes.
It's
Ooh,
Oh,
bad
it's
luck.
a bit too low there. But I will say that the spectators have come in for this event this weekend.
Ah.
I believe that was 10-14, I just heard.
10-14? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just...
Even Thursday and Friday, I mean, these courts were just chock-a-block from 7 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night. There were people coming, you know, who were playing and rocking up wanting to have a hit. It was fantastic.
Oh, just too soft. So it's side away. Once again, it's 10-14. Hibbert serve. Yeah, you're right, Ron. The everyone's... It's really hard for me to commentate these events because I just want to get out and play.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
but one thing I do want to touch on that we've sort of seen the strategy, because single strategy is completely different to doubles. I spent a little bit of time out at Mooloolaba with Lou, or Ludovica, a very high level singles player,
Yes.
and she gave some pretty simple tips, which that's just fallen in. Nice shot.
Nice shot, Amanda.
You don't think about it until you're on the court, but basically you want to keep your opposition moving at all times. Whereas when we play doubles, there's always going to be someone wherever you're striking the ball.
Yes.
So you see,
Wheatley and Daniels.
unfortunately,
Wheatley
just a
and
bit low there.
Daniels.
Yeah. Well, Lou's, yeah, as you mentioned, Lou, she's got that tennis background,
Yeah.
you know, so, yeah.
Yeah, and for the viewers at home that are watching that may have a tennis background or badminton, table tennis, squash, paddle like Taylor, you know, as that's just gone long. So it looks like the win will go to Valentine. If you have played other sports and you kind of want to give it a go, like, have you come from a different sport, Ron, or have you just sort of dived into pickleball?
Probably squash was my background, I would say, but that was a few years ago now. But yeah, squash predominantly. Yeah.
Okay, so if you have come from a different sport, or especially a different racket sport, and you want to get into it, don't be afraid to. I think majority of the players in pickleball, especially, have come from a different sport or no sport at all.
Yes, that's right.
And
yes.
you know, they just wanted to start up that healthy lifestyle.
Yep.
And pickleball definitely provides.
Dylan, the number of times that I've been involved in beginners sessions and there's been new people arrive, and you give them basic introduction and then let them go on a game, you see the smile on their face. 2 hours later, they're as competitive as the person that's been playing for 6 months.
Exactly
what pickleball does is give you the chance to renew and reignite that competitive spirit that you think, gee whiz, I didn't think I'd have that again.
Yeah.
So, but the thing you have to be careful of, and I stress this to people all the time, that it's just taking the game up. Don't overdo it, because your body, in a 2 hour session, you're probably going to do like 300 lunges.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've done 300
Exactly right.
lunges?
Yep.
So calves, Achilles, you know, shins, glutes, all these sort of things. I've seen people do some terrible.
And tennis elbow as well.
Yep, that's
Definitely
right.
occurs. And I think you've nailed it there, Ron. You don't realise how much it does to your body until later, because you're having such a good time.
That's right. Yeah.
I was speaking to Gail yesterday regarding exactly this, the importance of stretching correctly and warming up correctly before a game.
Yep.
But you sort of touched on when new players come in, and you mentioned how competitive players get straight away.
Yes.
Especially with families that get involved, I've always likened pickleball to, you know, family board game night. You sit down and play Monopoly with your family. Mm-hmm. And I've always said that this pickleball is very much like that. By the end of it, you want to win.
Yep.
So, and everyone usually has a giggle because they think I'm not serious, and then 2 hours in, the players are going at it.
Yes. Yes.
It's a great thing to see, but
From something that looks fairly innocuous, you know, when you're sitting on the sidelines watching, you think, yeah, there's not much going on there. But you start playing, and you play for 2 hours, and you've had a good workout.
yeah, exactly right.
People have got those watches that have got the step counters on them, and after 2 hours, they're looking between 6,000 and 8,000 steps.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not relevant to age, is it? That's anyone.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for those at home that might be watching, that you know, you might not necessarily play a sport or something that you've thought, oh, you know, that's not me. I've never really done this sort of stuff.
Okay.
That's we've all been there. You know, like I took a bit of a break from sport myself after an injury and found the love of pickleball, and I'm sure you did as well, Ron. You mentioned you came from squash and then found pickleball.
Yep. The first 3 times I played pickleball, I got home and it took me seriously 5 minutes to get up the stairs at home. So I thought I've got to do something about this. So I actually took 4 or 5 months off pickleball, much as I wanted to play, but I had to go and do something about building up the quads and glutes and calves and stuff like that, so that I could play and enjoy it. So.
And the result now, though, is that you love it, like the best decision you made kind of deal. Yeah.
Don't ask my wife how many times I'm playing it a week at the moment.
No, fair enough. And I think my partner would say something similar in that regard. So it looks like we've got another game just building up here. You mentioned the Hiltons earlier.
Yes, family. Yep.
So so this game, it looks like we've got Hilton is warming up. I'm not too sure if they're just coming to the courts or just having a chat to the tournament directors. Oh, we've got J Hilton. So we've got this is a bronze medal match. It's a battle of family by the looks of it.
Wow. So this is bragging rights, family bragging rights.
Yeah, well, we mentioned Monopoly. This is going into the same same sort of category there. But what a great game to see. Two family members going at it. I think.
Well, someone's going to be happy.
Yeah, well, someone. Yeah. Hopefully they don't have a long drive home.
Yeah, it could be quiet in the car.
Yeah. But this is definitely a sort of sport. Like you've already mentioned that you play with your wife, and I've mentioned that I play with my partner. We found this sport as a game that we wanted to play together.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Now I've already I've said several times throughout the broadcast that doubles is the primary format. However, we are watching singles today, but singles is definitely getting more popular. But my partner and I, Emily, we were like, we tried all of these different sports, and we eventually found pickleball, and now we can play together all the time.
Yep.
So it's a great sport for those that you might want to do something with your significant other or your best mate.
Sure.
Definitely give it a go. So while we wait for this game to get into it, we're just going to go to a quick break.
Sensible is just 2 4-letter words stuck together. Another word for boring. Sensible shoes, sensible hat, sensible life. Just a word to get you to do what everyone else is doing. But what if you aren't prepared to settle for a sensible life because you've already had one? What if you want a whole new life? Well, what are you waiting for? Age has nothing to do with a number. It's about a state of mind. A decision to seize every day and make it yours. Some people have been alive for ages and never really lived. But that's okay. They'll figure it out. Or they won't. What are you waiting for?
So, what do you think of our new backyard? Yeah, I think so too. Come on. Doesn't it just make you feel alive? Absolutely.
And welcome back to Pan Pacific Masters Open. Yep. So what we currently have here is official Katie. She is currently having a chat to Ella Hilton and Jodie Hilton, and this will be the bronze medal match for the singles. Now, once again, I'm sitting here with Ron Gutleth, and how cool is this? Not often you get to see family members go at it.
Mother and daughter, wow. Yeah. Bragging rights.
Yeah, not wrong. We should be a good match to see, and I think, Ron, you mentioned earlier, sort of, you're originally from that Victorian background. You were having a chat to these ladies about where they're from.
Yeah, they're from the Mornington Peninsula, a beautiful little town down near Portsea called Sorrento. So, yeah, they've just started up a club, I think they said 3 weeks ago or something.
Yeah, how good is that?
Yeah, so...
So, while we're warming up here, we're just...
Ella is the mother.
Yeah,
yes.
There we go. Thank you, Ron. So, for the viewers at home, there might be in a Victorian sort of. There's so many Victorians here at the moment. I didn't realise, but as we've gone throughout the day, it's great to see. Brand new club.
Brand new club.
Go and support it.
Yeah.
If you're in the area, by all means, get stuck into it now.
Well, there's people here from I don't know how well you know Victoria, but you've got the Mornington Peninsula, which is about an hour south of Melbourne.
Yep.
And then you've got the Bellarine Peninsula on the other side, and that's about an hour and a half south of Melbourne. So the clubs that are taking off in those two peninsulas is fantastic. And then we've just watched a lady, Amanda, play in the previous singles, and she's in country Victoria in a little town called Beechworth. So they're popping up, watch this space.
All over the place, yeah, it's great to see. And what is also great to see is see two family members go head-to-head for a bronze medal.
Yes. Bronze medal.
I don't know if I'd want to be on the court with my siblings. It would be a pretty competitive affair, I can tell you that.
Yes, exactly.
So while we're...
And also, just on the Hilton, the father's actually been playing as well. So it's not just mother and daughter, dad's here as well.
Oh, right, is that the gentleman you having a chat to earlier? Yeah, nice.
Played against him yesterday. Lovely guy.
So we're just waiting for the ladies to have a warm-up, and Katie will be the official for this singles event. While we're waiting, we've got Gem Life on board as sponsors for today's live stream, designed for active and vibrant over 50s. Gem Life offers a wide range of premium recreational and leisure facilities for its residents. We've just had a call out there via Katie for this event.
And they've got pickleball courts, haven't they?
They do have pickleball courts. Yeah.
Wow. How old are you, Dylan?
I don't know if I'm... I've just turned 30, Ron.
30, okay.
So...
not quite.
It's... believe me, if I could stay somewhere with a pickleball court and swimming pools, I would be... I'm pretty happy as I am, actually, but I'd be a little bit more happier than I currently am. So we've just had a serve, 0-0.
Ooh.
And what a wonderful way to start a family match with a net roll.
Yes, exactly, yes.
So this match, as it is a final, it will be 3 games to 11. Unfortunately, that serve just strikes the net. So 3 games to 11, once again, win by 2.
Yep.
And the final game will swap at 6 if it gets to a third game.
So Jodie's serving to a mother at the moment.
Yep. So Jodie's on the right, and we've got Ella on the left in the pink.
Wind played havoc with that one. Oh, well
great
played.
Coverage there of
well
the
played.
net. And we've touched on new players.
Yep.
So these ladies have just started a club, and then a month into it, they're joining a Masters tournament.
Yeah.
How awesome is that?
Fantastic. 1-0. We might try and find out who Dad and the husband is supporting here. Do you think?
So,
yeah. Okay.
We've just had a correction. It's actually Ella on the right and Jodie on the left. But Ryan, I think that's a bit of a controversial question. Asking who Dad's
He's sitting there very
supporting.
quietly. He's not making his feelings known.
No, I'm sure he's just happy to see both of them on the court. It's unfortunately a bit low there. I believe that'll be 1-1. Oh, Oh, great shot down the line.
Great shot, yes.
Oh, there we go. There's a comment from Dad. He was pleased with that.
A
Quickly
little
check to make
indication.
sure, quickly check to see he wasn't in trouble for that comment, but unfortunately it's just gone a bit long. And once again, that's been the common trait of this particular court. The balls are going a lot longer on the right side. I think that's due to the wind.
Ooh, big backhand drive there.
3-1.
So down in the Mornington area, do they play on indoor surfaces or are they on an outdoor?
They're in Victoria. They're predominantly all indoor courts, complexes. Yeah.
So these ladies specifically, would they? Oh, there we go. We've just had a mum stepped in to make a ruling, and it is a fair point. So when you win a point in pickleball, you have to swap over to the other side of the court to serve.
Yes.
Some people do get a little bit confused with that ruling, but once you figure it out, it becomes quite common. And it's interesting, when you're practicing your serves, you have to be willing to practice on both sides of the court. So you notice here that we've got a the opposite side to when you traditionally would start a match.
Yes.
And here we have a left to right serving action. Because, unfortunate. Because some people do definitely prefer serving from one side or the other.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Especially depending on if you're right-handed or left-handed.
Yep.
Oh, unfortunate. A bit of a lower shot there.
One of the things I like to see in a player's armoury is variation of serve too, rather than just serving the same way all the time.
Yeah.
I say to people all the time, just try and vary it up a bit, you know.
Yeah.
Take some pace off it, put some spin on it, you know, you've got so
100%.
many variations.
Oh,
it's
there we
a
go.
great serve.
It's a nice low serve there.
Yeah. No, Mum's calling it in the kitchen. Oh, this could get controversial.
6-2.
Yep, no.
Only against your daughter would you call a kitchen serve. Unfortunately, that one does not count.
No, unfortunately.
7-2.
So, ATP, we talked about.
Oh, there's another one. Nice. Oh, look, the daughter's killing herself laughing. Doesn't she want any tea tonight?
Yeah, we mentioned the drive home. It might be.
Yes. Yeah. Who'll be in the back?
I think
Timeout.
it's a good time for a timeout. I think
It's a long drive from Currumbin to Sorrento, I can tell you that.
I think Dad's going to be on damage control.
Can I just ask, Dad? Excuse me.
Oh, he's having a chat, giving some coaching on the side to both players.
Excuse me. Who are you barracking for? Very diplomatic.
We've had a bit of a shoulder check there.
Oh, that's very diplomatic. So Mum's already got a bronze. So Dad very diplomatically said, well, and the daughter hasn't got a medal
Yeah,
yet. So.
fair call. Nice deep return there. That's a beautiful
drop shot volley. Testing out Mum's hamstrings there.
That's a great
nice drive. Beautiful top spin. See the top spin on that, Dylan? Beautiful.
So first game was all over Red Rover.
Hey!
There we go, we've got a wave. So the players will swap courts, or swap sides of the court now, as well as swap servers.
Time out. Those drop shots are coming at a very hefty price, I think.
You love to see the smiles on the court. Bit of a family battle.
One of the things that we say, if you haven't got a smile on your face when you're playing pickleball, you probably shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, well, the only ones I think that haven't been smiling on the courts would have been the pigeons that Mike shooed off yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We had some pigeons on the court. That's the pickleball variant of a seagull
Yep.
on the pitch. Oh, that's a
Gee,
great
what-
long serve.
That was. Oh, well picked up. Oh,
Beautiful
great
angles.
rally. Ooh.
2-0.
That's called out.
Called out.
There's a bit of
Little bit of
banter.
tension. A little bit of
Yeah.
tension. Yeah. Oh,
As they say, mother knows best.
yes.
Tend to not argue.
Big long serve there.
3-0.
That's a good
Nice
serve.
serve it was. Ooh, great backhand drive
Yeah,
there.
attempted the drop once more there, but on that drop shot, for the viewers at home, you might have noticed that it failed because of the paddle face was far too open,
Yes.
which resulted in the ball
Yep.
flying off untoward. I did mention yesterday, Ron, that's a great shot.
Oh, well
Beautiful
picked
hands,
up.
it's still
Yeah.
live.
Great hands.
Good angles all around.
Oh, and the fist pump.
Yeah, she liked that. Making sure that mum's seen it.
Yep.
I did mention yesterday the value of blocking.
Oh, for sure.
We can see it's sort of coming into play here. Players are making sure that they're on the right side of the
Yeah.
court before they serve. And it's just
Went
gone
long.
a bit long.
1-4.
And that is 1-4 currently.
1-4.
This is the bronze medal playoff, isn't it?
That's correct. Yeah. Second game. Nice deep return.
That hit the paint, did it? I think so.
Yeah, the
Yes.
players have said that the lines are a little bit skimmy,
Definitely, definitely.
take off a little bit, so
Yes.
that may have occurred just then. Oh, unfortunate there.
It's actually a good indication too whether the ball's actually in or not. Because if it
'Cause you know.
skids, yeah,
Yeah.
if it skids, it's hit the paint, which is obviously in.
I'm not entirely sure what was just said to our official, but she had a big grin on her face. That's
Oh,
a great shot.
wow.
Side out.
It is a great shot. Despite the results of today's event, I think that particular shot will be talked about.
Yes. Great shot.
Great angle.
Yeah, very nice.
Side out.
Forehand drop volley, cross court, great shot.
Yeah, and this is probably a good example for viewers at home that may have not played singles before. The difference of staying at the baseline versus charging up to the net.
Yep.
Currently, it's definitely resulting in some points.
Yep. To me, Dylan, though, it's the quality of the previous shot that
Yep.
allows you to come into the net. If
Great
your
shot.
approach shot is good enough, sure, come in. But if you don't hit a good shot, stay back and try it again.
Yeah, and that's some excellent wisdom there, Ron. I've always said pickleball's like chess.
Yes.
You've always got to be thinking of the next move.
Yep. Especially the higher you play, the higher level, it becomes more strategic.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of players try to win the point on the shot they're currently playing.
Yes, yes.
You should be trying to win the point on your next shot.
Yep.
So, as Ron has touched on, don't come charging in if you've hit a ball.
4-1.
Let's set us up.
Yeah, because you'll be copping a ball back very fast.
Yep.
Or it's
just
just gone
out.
wide.
Yeah, very important at an early stage when in your pickleball development
1-4.
is we get told to get to that kitchen line as soon as possible. That's all very well, but it's got to be dependent upon how good that shot is first, the approach shot.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you're. It's the best possible position to be. Currently, quite often when we're teaching people, we see players will get caught out because they're charging in,
That's right.
and a smart player will just hit it alongside them.
Yep.
But it happens to all of us. It even happened yesterday to Jen Rammermuth, who's been playing for a very long time.
Yep.
But when the blood's pumping and you want to charge in, it doesn't always work out.
Sure.
4-3.
4-3. Nice close game thus far.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Oh,
kitchen.
in the
Oh,
kitchen.
no.
Okay. Mum's happy, daughter's
Yeah.
not.
So for the viewers at home, despite the fact that the ball was struck well before, if you're still in a moving motion and any part of your body or your paddle falls into the kitchen, that's a great reach there.
Yeah.
It is a fault.
There
It's
it
a
is,
beautiful
great
job.
shot.
Side out. 3-5.
3-5. Yep, she's gone to the right side of the court, as I touched on earlier. If you're on an
Ooh,
odd
that's a
number,
great serve.
ooh, the drive was there. If you're on an odd number, you will serve from the other side of the court that you would start the match on.
Getting quite warm out there too, Dylan.
Well, I think the temperature did rise. Unfortunately, it's just gone long. Yeah, the temperature did rise a fair bit from earlier on in the morning. It was quite warm, but I don't think it was rough. As actually, I was just talking about serving side, and official Katie's just realised that it's a great drive. That the wrong side was being served on, but they've continued to play on.
Okay.
So now we've got, is that a timeout, or we're just chucking the hat back on?
Chucking the hat back on.
As a bald man, I've never had to worry about a ponytail, so it's 3-6.
Ooh.
Bit of Weet-Bix in that one. Should have put it away.
6-3. Mum's cruising at the moment.
Oh, unfortunate. That's a great effort.
She did.
3-6.
Nice angles.
We've got Katie officiating here. Katie, also known as Kitty Cat, so
4-6.
helps Mike out quite often.
She's also played a lot of women's singles as well, so
Yes.
who better to be an official for a women's singles medal match? Someone that plays it herself.
Have you ever seen her dink?
Katie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you? Okay. She drives the ball harder than any female
Yes.
I know.
Are you insinuating that she's one of those dreaded bangers?
Yes. Good serve.
But I guess, to be fair, you've mentioned already that the tennis play style is a lot more formidable in the singles division.
For sure.
So it's not bad being a banger in tennis, in singles anyway.
In singles, for sure.
Yeah. However, in saying that though, a lot of the points that have been won from this particular event have been that soft drop shot, as we
Yes.
see it right there.
That's right. Yep. With angle.
With an angle, yeah, that's important.
4-6.
This is definitely a closer match compared to
Side out.
First game.
for the first game, yeah.
Time out.
So we've got a timeout, bit of a breather. The ladies ensuring that they can have a drink.
Any tips, guys?
Can't win our serve.
Right.
Get it over the net.
There we go. That's a good way, yeah.
Yep. And don't make your mum run so far for those drop shots.
Don't make her work so hard.
That's right.
I should be putting away some.
Ron's just giving some coaching to the two ladies.
Want to be fit.
While they're checking.
Right. Tactics
Timeout.
are coming in now. Mum says if you want to be fed and dressed.
Time in. 6-4.
All is fair.
Yes. In pickleball tournaments.
Yeah.
Point.
You're a brave man though, Ron, giving tips. I know all too well to not get involved
7-4.
with two singles players as they're going at it. That's a great shot.
It was. It's Oh, just out.
Tried to
Bad
repeat
luck.
again.
4-7.
Good serve.
It's just gone wide.
5-7 now.
I believe so, yep.
5-7.
One thing I will also say, this game's had a good use of,
Oh,
it's a
look at
beautiful
that again.
angle.
Yeah.
Good use of both backhand and forehand.
Yes.
A lot of singles players will,
Run around it.
try to avoid that forehand.
Yeah.
Try to avoid the backhand,
Backhand,
sorry. So, you know, props to the ladies. They've
Yes.
got a wide variety of shots. We haven't seen a lob yet.
Oh, now you're talking my language.
Just rolls over.
Yeah. The look of disgust. 7-6, close. Ooh, yes, in.
It's just fallen
That's
in.
a great backhand. Oh, no,
She has nailed that drop shot. Multiple points today just from that shot alone. 6-7.
See how she took the pace off that serve just to make sure she got it in?
Yep.
Yep.
And I think I've touched on it many times throughout the broadcast, but that left to right wind from where we're currently sitting is definitely noticeable. But as we see, if this one goes wide,
I thought Mum was going to hit it.
well left. But there's a great example. The ball just
Kept going.
sailed away.
Yep.
Speaking of sailing, are you staying on the beach at the moment, Ron?
No, we're staying about 500 metres from the courts here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, lovely location.
Stone's throw away. I believe there's a cafe just down the road with the same name.
Yes.
Yep. Plays into, it's very relevant to where you're currently staying.
Exactly. Ooh, what a serve. Mum called it in or out. Whoa! Oh, excuse me, we bleep that out, can we? Right, code violation?
Yeah, we've had a bit of lip on the court.
Yes, from Mum.
But the ladies got straight back into it. Oh, the shot was there too.
It was.
The gap was open.
Yeah, the gap was there. The door was open.
9-7.
And this is a bit of a momentum booster that's just gone
out.
wide. So 7-9, side out.
Side out.
7-9.
Mum's sucking it in.
Yeah, have a breath.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's just gone wide.
Yep.
Into the commentary booth. Got someone fielding the ball behind us.
That was a nice lob, that one. Stretched
I
it.
mean, it worked, yeah.
Yep.
It,
especially into the wind. Quite a valuable shot into the wind.
well, it's just the unpredictability of it. You don't know where it's going to go. So it's 8-9, close game. Well, we've had an out call from Mum.
Yep.
Typically, when you play pickleball, you don't call.
Ooh.
Oh, we've had a bit of attitude going on.
Yeah.
What's going on? But typically in pickleball, if you hit a ball out, it's not up to you. It's your opposition to make that call. But you love to see the. Unfortunately, it goes wide. Just the honesty.
Yes.
From here.
Yep.
8-9.
8-9.
Oh, that's costly at this stage. A bit of banter going on between the family members.
Great. Team Hilton are definitely putting on a show.
Yeah.
Side out.
He's definitely taken the pace off that serve.
Yeah.
Just to get it in, which is quite a good ploy.
I think it's required, just from what we've seen throughout the course of the event.
Yeah.
And as a result, you might have noticed that serve was struck a little bit harder, and it's ended up being a nice serve straight in the middle.
Yep.
So it's 9-8, side away.
Gee, that backhand's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Lovely two-handed
Beautiful.
action.
Great ground strokes.
Oh, beautiful stroke. Oh, Mum's called it out.
Oh, Mum's called it out. Can we see that on the VAR? The ref agrees, okay.
There we go. I guess maybe we better put our glasses on, Ron. I think we are wrong in that call. So we've had a side out once more. 9-8. They're in a bit of a stalemate here.
Oh, no.
Fortunately, it's
Gee
gone
whiz.
wide. Just going to retrieve the ball from the other court.
I think she's using it to take a few deep breaths.
Well, why not? I mean, we talked about how fitness is so relevant for singles.
Definitely.
Especially when you have a grueling game like this. It's a battle of attrition.
Yep.
And we've got a ball on court. Oh, the call's been made. To be fair, that didn't really
affect the
come into play.
No.
Well, we're doing a different approach to the serve. Well, it worked out. Well played. Nice deep return.
Great shot. Come into the net, put the pressure on Mum.
Please have any 45 plus 3.1 to 3.5. Come on to the tournament desk. We'll get you started early.
10-8.
That's 10-8. We have our match point right now. Well, there's a lob.
Waka, Edwards, Collins, Green, Heatsig, Hungerford.
Beautiful way to finish the game. Good hands.
Oh, here we go.
Big hug on the
embrace.
court. That was a great game.
Good
Ron.
game.
That was good fun.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Big family cuddles all around.
Yes.
As the players they're having a joke. No, that is great. And how good is this from a brand new club? Good representatives winning a bronze medal in the Masters.
Yep. Come all the way from Sereno in Victoria. Well done.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Do I have C. Collins, 45 plus women's singles, 33.1 to 3.5.
So while Ron and I are having a chance to have a bottle of water, we'll just waiting for the next event to get underway. And while we're waiting, we'll just cut to a break. Thank you.
I am aware of you. A. Edwards. R. Hungerford and A. Edwards, please report to the tournament desk.
Welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games. My name is Dylan Kimlin, currently sitting here with Ron Gatliff. And what we're about to watch now is the 45 plus round robin match. We're currently watching women's singles, and we've got Winnie Green on the right in the green singlet. And on the left here, we've got Kathy Collins, who we saw yesterday in the doubles, mixed doubles.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a pretty ferocious game. That was a very close game that I think Kathy just went down in the end.
Yes.
Very close, but it was a great game to watch.
Yep.
So,
these are a couple of Gold Coast girls.
Yep.
So, yeah, a bit of inter-club rivalry.
that was great.
Yeah.
Just had some Victorian representatives on the court. Now we're back in some hometown heroes for the Masters. So the ladies are just having a warm-up, having a bit of a whack. And then we'll get straight into it. I believe this game will be have Katie once again as the official.
Oh, okay, good.
Which is awesome.
Yep.
I did touch on it a little bit, that playing with an official is different to playing without.
Definitely, definitely.
If anything, I feel like there's almost a little bit more pressure, especially if you're one of those people that linger a little bit close to the kitchen line.
Yes, yes, yes.
Officials will call that.
And you, just another little anomaly with having a ref is you've got to wait for the ref to call the score before you can serve, and a lot of people get into their own rhythm and forget about it and hit the serve before the adjudicator has called the score.
Exactly right. Yeah, and that actually did come up yesterday. The players didn't. There was a particular instance where a player didn't wait for the score to be called, and as a result had a stern talking to.
Yes.
And I say that with a big grin on my face. I don't think I've ever seen a stern talking to here in the Australian pickleball scene.
Yeah.
If anything, the game we just watched is probably some of the most stern language we've heard from the players on court.
Yes, we nearly had to hit the bleep button a couple of times there.
Mother-daughter duo, but
yeah. Just back to these two ladies on the court at the moment. They're probably pickleball addicts, I would say. Just a rough guess, they'd be probably playing 5-6 times a week.
Wow. Well, this should be a good game, man.
Yeah, yeah.
And it gets like that. Hey, I'm fortunate to try and play, 3 to 4 times a week myself, and that's, coming from a different sport, you might do one session might be, an hour, or you might, if you play cricket, it might be several hours, but it's only once.
Singles, 3.6 to 5.0, gold medal match. Barry Tompkins versus Martin Zinkin on court number 2 for the gold.
Whereas with, to continue what we're talking about, with pickleball, it's usually, 2-hour minimum session, you would say, Rob?
Oh, definitely. Yes, yes.
So, and I've had sessions that go to 5 or 6 hours, usually.
Exactly, last man standing.
Yeah, so you're doing, and I think the beauty of pickleball is its value for money. So one session is, anywhere between $10 to $15.
2 hours, can get you, if you're a member of a club, you can play for 2 hours for $7.
Exactly right.
What can you do for 2 hours that's going to cost $7, You're lucky to get a coffee for $7 now,
And the, as we've just currently got 0-0, Winnie to serve.
Ooh, that's a very deep shot, very good. Yeah, but just an indication on how much these courts are getting used. Tuesdays and Thursdays, there's a group of 35-year-olds that come here at 5:15 in the morning, play for 2.5 hours, then go home and have a shower and off to work.
Yeah, wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. 0-0, that's currently green to serve. I was involved for a little bit in Brisbane. There was a group out of West End that would do a morning, sort of a morning play, very similar to what you're talking about. And I'm not an early riser.
Really?
I pretty much wake up, go to work, do some crazy amount of work, and then go to pickleball afterwards.
Okay.
But yeah, my days of working in the construction industry and travelling around the country are over. But for those that do enjoy that early morning whack, I can totally understand that.
Yeah. Well, Sarah Burr, who's in the States pursuing her dream of, playing highest level she possibly can, when she was training on the Gold Coast before she left, she was getting up at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, and I think you have to, because you've just got a ball on court
3-1.
rolling.
2-0.
Yeah, and I've talked about this quite a lot to a lot of players, especially here within. That's a great shot there
by Winnie. Yeah.
As we talked about the importance of drills and the importance of training. I think the Australian scene is just starting to cotton onto it.
Yeah.
And how important it is.
Yes.
And that's a kitchen ball.
That was short. Yep.
In the red.
Couldn't agree more, Dylan. Yeah, if for people out there that are playing pickleball and want to improve in a hurry, you've got to start having some drill sessions.
I agree.
Yeah.
And even for, we touched on the importance of sort of your ranking yesterday, but we haven't really gone into detail, and this might be a good time to talk about it. So in the Australian pickleball scene, if you're a brand new player, you're typically in that 2.0 to 2.5 rating. The shot was there.
Yeah, bad luck.
And so we've got side out Collins to serve. So typically in a tournament, you'll see a lot of 3.0 to 3.5 players. If you are a new player, I would recommend. Oh, what a shot!
Whoa, got the line there.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
If you're new into pickleball and you want to start getting into tournaments, I would recommend, if you're not sure where to place yourself, just contact the tournament. Some tournaments are tailored to that advanced clientele.
Yep.
Others are more fun family ones, especially when you have community events and such.
Sure.
They're the ones you're not playing for sheep stations. You're there to have a good time.
Yeah. Well, we held a tournament, 2-day tournament in Noosa early on in the year, and I was lucky enough to be on the organising committee, and one of the things we wanted to do was have Saturday basically for 2.5 to 3 rated players.
Yep.
So people that haven't necessarily played a lot of tournament play, give them the vehicle that they can join in, put their toe in the water, see if they enjoy it, and the feedback that we got.
Great shot there by Green. And let's talk about that exact category. So if you're a 2.5 to a 3.0, what would you say, Ron, are the prerequisites to be in that sort of category?
As far as skill sets?
Yeah.
You want to have a consistent serve to start off with. You want to be getting your serve in 9 times out of 10 at least. That's a basic thing. And then just work on your ground strokes and
7-0.
coming to the kitchen at the right time. Play maybe when you're preparing. Play with an experienced player and even watch them, or get on YouTube and just see where they go and how they communicate with each other. Yeah.
So I'll just check with official Katie, because we're having a swap events, which tells me that this is a game to 15, so we must be at an 8-pointer, which makes sense because this is a round robin match.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's been 8-0. There we go.
8-0. So Winnie's got away to a great start.
Yeah, and Collins was playing so well yesterday, so maybe a little bit rattled, or the wind coming into play.
Yes.
However, I will say, Green, we touched earlier, hitting away from the opponent. Green has been consistent
Very good at
with doing a serve and then hitting to the other side of the court. We'll see if she follows suit here. Oh, that's just
There's a great line in pickleball when you're playing singles: hit it to where your opponent isn't.
Make a move.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Collins hits that a bit too short there on the angle. 9-0.
Good serve.
There you go.
Yeah, she does it all the time. She's just got that beautiful ability to hit it
just
to where the gap is.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for prospective players that might want to get into singles, this is probably a good game to look at and just see the sort of the strategy that comes into play.
Yeah. It's a good rally.
Advance coming in.
Oh, well left. It was out.
Yeah, well left, as we say.
Yes. The wind. If the wind wasn't there, that would have gone in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I like the Collins advance there. She came in to try and attack the ball.
Ooh, that's right on the line. That was a great shot from Winnie there.
Yep. So Green to serve. But if you we were talking about sort of the numbers within the sport. So if you're in that 3.0 to 3.5, which we've seen quite a few players that I would say, I don't know whether these players have ranked themselves or whether the system for this event has ranked them.
Yep.
The 3.8, 3.5 is probably the most common we see here in Australian pickleball.
Yes.
See a nice drive down the line there.
And let's face it, it's just start off with, just get yourself into a tournament,
Yep.
you know, whether it be 2.5 to 3, because once you've played in 1 or 2 tournaments, the results will organise your ranking for you.
I agree. And
So, you know, it doesn't matter, you might be a 3.5 and you start off in a 2.5 to 3, but, you know, if your results warrant it, you'll go very quickly to becoming a 3.5.
And a great example of that, Ron, is, that's a beautiful shot there by Green. I had the, last year I was doing an event, I was tournament directing or assisting with the directing of an event in Brisbane.
Yes.
And there was an unknown player by the name of David Richardson.
The Iceman.
Who was his first ever tournament, and I got asked, can you just jump in and play with David because he's never played a tournament. That was his first tournament, and you know we played in a division and had a great time. I think we ended up getting bronze or something. David's now a multi-medal winning player in the Australian scene and plays with Sumi Rajpal a fair bit with the men's, and as a result it's simple as you might be a high-level player in another field, but David didn't know exactly where to place himself in the pickleball scene.
Yep.
Beautiful shot.
Yep.
And that's the match.
That's the match.
Winnie Green takes the W. Wonderful play. So yeah, and I think sort of touching on what we're talking about, it doesn't matter whether you're an experienced racket or paddle sport player or brand new to it.
Yep.
Everyone has to play their first tournament somewhere.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, Dave Richardson, wow, in a very short time has become, one of the top players in Queensland.
He's also just a lovely guy.
Oh, yeah. Nickname the Iceman. I just say to him he just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, he's always cool and collected. I know.
I don't think he's ever perspired. He just looks so cool.
Well, I know he's a big advocate for those sleeves, the arm sleeves.
Yep.
And to be honest, I probably should have wore one yesterday. I've got a bit of sunburn going on.
Okay.
Who would have thought sitting here doing commentary you get sunburn?
Sunburn, yeah.
But
hazard of the job, is it?
Yeah, apparently. So we'll see as the ladies are getting ready for the next match.
Oh, beautiful. Gee, she leaves that flick of that wrist to the last minute. Jenny Johnson from America.
Carolina, yeah.
Just jumped in a plane to come to the Pan Packs and play Piggle. Why not?
And hasn't the weather turned on for her?
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful here in Currumbin.
Ooh. Evidently Jenny was a very good basketballer in her prime.
Yep.
Yeah. But now pickleball's taken priority.
And that's common for most of us. Hey, we
great
play a
depth
different sport. So we'll just find out. We've got Robin on the court now. She's
okay. I know both these ladies.
Yeah, there we go. So if you want to introduce the ladies, Ron, I'll just find out exactly what game is on via our official.
Yep. We've got in the black Robin Hungerford from Mooloolaba on the Sunshine Coast. Smiling Assassin, just be very wary of her. Very, very good player. I think she's played a lot of tennis previously. And on the other side of the court in the pink, we've got Sam from the Gold Coast, who, is a relative newcomer to pickle, loves the game, and I think one of her first singles tournaments, so well done to Sam.
Alrighty, I'm back, Ron. I've just had a chat to Katie, who's been doing the officialing.
Yep.
She's mentioned that, so this is obviously Robin and Sam?
It's Sam, yep.
Yep. So this is once more a round robin game.
Yep.
Within the 45+ division.
Yep.
For women's
once
singles.
again, 2 ex-tennis players. I know Robin very well. I've seen her game, and she's very solid. And Sam was saying that she used to play a fair bit of tennis as well. So.
Yeah, and whereabouts does Sam play?
Gold Coast.
Goldie, nice.
Yep.
So a bit of a north versus south.
Yes, yep.
This is awesome to see. I play quite a bit myself with Robin out of Mooloolaba.
Yep, she's solid.
Yeah. Also just a great person to have here with, always laughing.
Yeah, that smile just gets wider and wider.
Yeah. So once again, this will be a game to 15, swapping at 8.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
it's been a pretty nice day thus far, Ron. Lots of smiles and laughing on the court.
Yep.
And I do find I don't know too much about international scenes, but within singles, everyone, having a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
I know.
We got Ty just rock up. Here's one of our Gold Coast picklers. Not participating this weekend in pickleball. He's actually having a crack at baseball.
Oh, nice. That's my background.
Oh, okay. Evidently, he in the team that he was playing in, the catcher didn't turn up. So Ty had never played catcher before and took on the role. All was going well until one of the batters did a backswing and connected with poor old Ty's left hand.
Yep.
So, but Ty said to me, the good thing about it wasn't his right hand, because that's his pickleball hand. So.
Oh, exactly right. Yeah, I could never do catching myself, Ron. You've got to sit in that position for hours.
Yep.
And I'm probably the most unflexible person on the planet, so that's not good for me at all.
Yeah.
But no, that's great to see, especially. And I have a chat to the gentleman I mentioned earlier, Don, that was from Tasmania.
Yep.
He's here for Dragon Boat rolling for the Masters as well. So it's great to see that the players are jumping in for multiple events.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Like people were saying the entry fee was a bit dear, but I don't think a lot of them realised that entry fee enabled them to play in so many sports.
Exactly right.
Yeah. There's I think 13,000 participants playing in the different sports on the Gold Coast.
So good.
Yeah, for the whole week.
Yeah.
Down at the venue where we checked in, down at Broadbeach, they had this marquee tent set up, and they have live music, like 4 acts every night as well,
right.
which is included in your entry fee.
Yeah, that's cool. As Hungerford nails a drive down the line there.
Yeah.
So for the viewers at home, we've got Robin Hungerford on the left there in the black.
Ooh, that's very unusual.
On the right, we've got Sam Kennedy on the right in
Yeah.
the white.
It's a little Sunshine Coast versus the Gold Coast here going on at the moment.
But in saying that, I don't think Robin would feel like she's all alone. There's a whole bunch, including yourself, Ron, of sunny.
Oh, for sure.
Sunny coasters.
1-0.
Currently 1-0.
That's 2 in a row from Robin.
Yeah. Got the yips.
Yep.
0-1.
That's a good shot. That's a great shot.
Well struck. There you go.
Yeah.
Just making sure
the
elbow's still working. And that one has gone in.
Woo, yeah.
Well, that's nearly taken the official out.
Yep.
It's probably the one person you don't want to hit.
Robin can hit the ball extremely hard when she wants to.
I've been the victim of many of Robin's drives.
Yes. Bang, beautiful backhand, forehand, yeah,
Well
good
played.
combo there.
The running joke after I get hit by a Robin drive is that
Oh, no, that's 3. This is very unusual.
my head is a rather large target. So
0-3.
0-3, Kennedy to serve.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Ooh,
strike.
shot. Hey, Chut.
That's a very nice shot. That's 1-3, Kennedy to serve.
Sam serving into the wind. Has to give it a bit.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Oh, it's worked out quite well.
Yeah.
Ah, what a drop.
Yeah.
And what a recovery.
What a pickup. Wow.
Beautiful.
Well done. Yeah, I think it's well worth practicing your serve, especially when you've got a wind like this, because you want to try and get your serve as deep as possible.
Side out.
Yeah, we have touched on, especially for the players that might come from an indoor playing background to an outdoor.
Yes, definitely.
The wind is definitely noticeable. We'll see how Robin goes here.
Oh, no. Wow. Shake of the head there from Robin. Yeah. Okay. It's amazing. It just shows you the pressure of playing in a tournament. Like Robin's played in a lot of tennis and a lot of pickleball tournaments, but we still all get a bit nervous from time to time, don't we?
Yeah, and tournaments are different. You might be an absolute pro on a recreational court surface, but going out and versing someone you've never seen before. 3-3, Kennedy to serve. All kinds of things happen.
Yeah. There's plenty of champions that just play practice sessions and social sessions, and then they're a different beast when you start playing tournament play.
Well,
the pressure we put on ourselves.
Yeah, I know. It's the worst part of being human. Oh, what a recovery. Unfortunately, just goes long. And I do know, especially in the Australian scene, there are players that specifically only do drills and only play tournaments.
Yes.
They don't even bother with social play. And
yep.
Oh, that's
Side out.
gone wide.
Yep.
A great pickup. But, you know, they're the kind of players that if a sheep station was on the line, you'd want them playing for you.
Yeah, well, Martin Clark's a good example of that, you know. Plays at home, just does drills and things like that. Hardly plays in any organised social sessions and just comes out to tournaments.
Yeah, well, his trophy cabinet would be chockers as a result.
I'd say trophy room.
Yeah, well, there you go.
4-5.
So that's 4-5.
Yeah.
Hungerford to serve.
Shot, nice shot. Ooh. Yep, that's in too. Great depth. Oh,
See which lady charges in first. Hungerford has gone through.
Oh,
that's
bad luck.
effort.
It's good effort from Kennedy there.
Just got to be. I was curious there with both ladies were sitting on the baseline, just sort of driving at it.
Yeah.
I was wondering who would be the first to charge in, and Hungerford was. So
yeah.
5-5 Hungerford to serve.
You see that quite often when someone hits a drop shot. And the opponent races in to get it. They get it, but they overhit it.
Yes.
You know, it's all very well to get to it, but you don't want to just pop it up or hit it out if you've made that effort. So I think a good tip is just to try and hit it softly over the net so they can't put it away.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to
Well, you've nailed something there, Ron, and I know it's something that
6-5.
Dale out of Mooloolaba and Lou really preach to when you're striking the ball to try not to be moving. Because that's typically what you've just said happens is you overhit it.
Yes, that's right.
Great placement there by
And it's so
Hungerford.
frustrating because you've busted your backside to get there and pick it up, you know?
Yeah.
And then all that hard work just doesn't get rewarded.
Both ladies advancing to the net, that's unfortunate. So we've got a swap because it's now 8-5, so Hungerford's reached 8. Still trying to get that serve underway. You can see there we go, having a whack on the defence. Now, it will be interesting because the wind has gone the opposing side to where she just was.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see whether Kennedy has the same issues of the serving problem.
Although she tends to have a much softer serve, I'd say. So, yeah, that's more like the Hungerford we know. Ooh, bad luck.
I didn't mind that though.
The
gap was there. It's just unfortunate that Kennedy struck that a little bit too far.
Yeah.
9-5.
So it's 9-5.
Yeah, Hungerford's got her confidence up with the serve now.
Yes.
You can see those last two into the wind. Yeah, much more confident.
I honestly think it's the wind. I've said this for multiple games here that just got some players coming in from a different court. I think the serving side on this right side has definitely got the advantage. Oh, it's a great job.
Yeah, well done.
Side out.
And we're talking about charging into the ball and hitting a miss hit. That's a great example right there.
5-10.
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
that's a nice shot, I think. Got the line, didn't it?
Well, it's up to the players to call it.
10-5.
And that has just gone a bit long there.
Yep.
11-5.
So it's currently 11-5 with Hungerford to serve.
Yeah.
Oh, well played.
Well
What a
played. Good
shot.
rally, great rally. Notice Hungerford hasn't missed a serve from this end.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm telling you, it's a thing.
Yep.
It's been happening all event. And we'll see how Kennedy goes here.
5-11.
5-11.
And it's amazing. You hit a couple of serves out, and all of a sudden your confidence goes down.
Yep.
You know, you start questioning your technique. Whereas she's just so confident now, she's not even thinking about her serve.
Yeah, but so that there, Hungerford charged in, but that was a beautiful shot there by Kennedy to cause the uncomfortable position.
Yep. another one of my favourite saying is make your opponent feel uncomfortable. Never allow them to feel comfortable.
Well, it's something you see quite often with dinking within the double strategy.
Nice serve.
Is dead dinking. So hitting dinks that your opposition can easily get a, as you would say, a comfortable strike off.
Yep.
It's the same here with driving in singles. You don't want so that there, Kennedy can return with ease.
Yep, well done.
Unfortunately, Hungerford's hit a couple in the net here.
Well, I mean, the dinking, as you get further into pickleball, the dinking game is like a game within a game.
Yeah.
And you can obviously put top spin on it, you can put back spin, side spin, you can hit flat.
What a shot.
All from the same position. Yep.
Yeah, I think I've always said that pickleballs, there's a lot more mental and thinking in pickleball as that strikes the net.
Yep. Especially the higher standard
great
you
shot
play.
there, Hungerford.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly right. There's a lot more thinking involved in it as the ball's just landed in. Now there's an interesting rule we should bring up. So
hang on,
typically, if a player doesn't know where it's landed,
yep,
it's in.
Okay.
So I believe both players didn't know where it's landed, but
but Kennedy called it out, I think.
Women.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Please report to the medal stand.
Well, in that case, then it's out.
Medal ceremony.
Unless the official rules otherwise.
Yes.
That's Maroc, Sua, and Hilton.
Great backhand from Hungerford there.
Unfortunate. And that was a good shot too, because Hungerford was pushing to the
Yes.
other side of the court. She
Yep.
definitely wasn't pushing in.
Yep.
It's just unfortunate the execution wasn't there.
Yeah.
11-9, we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah. You would have seen Dylan, tennis players pick up the sport and become quite proficient at it.
Yep.
But to me, they need to develop that dinking game. That takes them from being a good tennis player trying to play pickleball to being a pickleball player.
Well, it's something that we've all... Oh, that's a
Great
beautiful
shot.
strike. It's something that we've always said. If you're... and I did mention this yesterday. If you are versing a tennis player that sits on the baseline, just drop it into the kitchen.
Yeah, that's right.
Force them to run in.
Yeah. How long have we got Pigeon on court? Pigeon on court. Whoops. Pigeon in no hurry to move on. Wow. Thank you.
There we go. Just coming to join the commentary team. Oh, we've got two of them now. And that's Kennedy to serve.
Good shot.
You'll see here, Hungerford will charge in and get the easy
there
pop-up.
it is. Well done, Sam. Oh, well played. Yeah.
And that there, I think, is a great example, sort of touching about what we're talking about, that sitting at the baseline and driving will only get you so far.
Yes.
And it's even more so in doubles.
Yes, definitely.
Unfortunately, that's just gone wide.
I actually love playing against bangers that just bang it all the time because you know it's coming hard and fast all the time. So
just drop it in.
Yep.
And I've always said that, especially to ladies that I'll be coaching, especially out of Morayfield.
Yep.
I always say, as we see Hungerford charge back in again, because they're quite intimidated. They're getting the ball flattened at them. Dylan, what do I do? And I just say, all right, we're going to learn how to block.
Yes, that's right. No backswing. Just get your paddle in the way and just let the pace on the ball do it. Yeah.
That's a great shot
from
by
Hungerford.
And if you're currently, watching this stream and you feel like, oh, I might be in that category where I'm a little bit intimidated against players that might just drive the ball non-stop.
Yep.
I would recommend going and getting some coaching on how to block those shots, how to defend against
That's
them.
right.
Because once
that's a beautiful shot from Kennedy. Well done.
When you learn how to block those shots, how to play defensively, it becomes an offensive tool.
Oh,
so you can start scoring off of those players.
Yep.
So 9-13, Kennedy to serve.
And once you start dropping it, block volley and dropping it, the bangers, when they come in, they still try and bang it, but it's a degree of difficulty 12 out of 10.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, as you touched on earlier, you're making it an uncomfortable shot.
Yes.
Which makes it a lower percentage shot.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, some people, we mentioned Iceman earlier, still have that wicked drive. It's a beautiful drop.
Yes, but you're talking about the creme de la creme.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, those top end players, they still can get it past you with those drives.
With those little, they got plenty of top spin roll on it.
Yeah, but if you find yourself in that 2.5 to 3.5 category, that's a beautiful backhand drive. And we've got a timeout here from Kennedy.
Timeout.
If you find yourself in that category where you're not versing players that can rip those top spin forehands past your feet, they're the kind of players that you try to block against a lot more and get some more points from.
For sure. What's the score, please, Kitty Cat? 14-10, so reasonably tight.
Well, this is match point to Hungerford.
Yeah.
We'll see how she goes with her serves. We were talking about nerves earlier.
Yep. Yeah. Very strategic timeout by Kennedy on match point.
Side out.
So we've just talked about a nervous serve, and she's just struck the ball out.
Yep. So it was a good ploy by Kennedy to break the game up a little bit. Ooh.
Unfortunately, the ball's come straight back.
Yeah. Nice return. Another tip for up-and-coming pickleball players is when you're returning serve, try and get it as deep as possible.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a net roll, and that's a beautiful drive.
Oh,
it's
it's out. No. Right idea.
That's the game.
Great game. Top game.
Hungerford takes the win.
Yep.
Sammy ready to go again?
It's hugs all around. Players are very happy with that result.
The serve.
Ron's just given some coaching to Hungerford.
Yeah.
Green and Heatsig. Show court 3. Green and Heatsig.
So we're just waiting for the next match.
Show court 3.
So while we're waiting, we'd like to thank Gem Life for sponsoring the live stream for today's event. Gem Life is a leading developer of luxurious over 50s lifestyle resorts located in premium locations all over Australia. Whether you're looking for a sea change or a tree change, there is something for everyone. You can access Gem Life's website at www.gemlife.com.au. And while we're sitting here, Ron, I'm just looking across at the gentleman on the far left here, and I've seen an absolute ripping shot. One of the fellas has nearly fallen over as a result of it.
Ooh, okay.
I'm not entirely sure what games are going on right now, but have you had a few falls yourself, Ron, on the pickleball court?
Yes, I have.
Yep.
Yes.
We've all done it.
Yeah.
That's okay.
On that court you were just talking about, the two males playing, we've got one Brad from Sunshine Coast.
Yep.
And we've got a guy from New Zealand.
Oh,
playing.
lovely.
Yeah, so...
some more international exposure.
Yeah, had a lovely catch-up with him over one of the establishments just across the road there, and talked about pickleball, how it's going in New Zealand.
Yeah,
and
it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I have heard that it's booming over there too.
Oh,
yeah.
He invited me over to play in the Auckland tournament in late January, and then followed up the next week with another tournament in Wellington. So I got online and had a look at it, and blow me down, the Auckland one's booked out. You know,
wow.
it's just...
If there's any of our Kiwi friends tuning in to watch this, please let us know how the New Zealand scene is going in the comments.
Yes.
It would. I would love to see like a Bledisloe or something.
Oh, for sure.
Match with pickleball.
Yeah.
In the future, that would be awesome.
Yep.
We might finally get a win in something when we don't win the union much.
Yeah. Well, they've got a battle of the border between New South Wales and Victoria, so that's created a bit of a lovely weekend where they, take it in turns of playing in New South Wales or Victoria and get bragging rights and a trophy. So
that's awesome. So it looks like we've got Winnie Green once more on the court.
Winnie Green. Oh, yeah, and this is another lady from America who's just come over for the Pan Packs and whatever, so, yeah, this is great to see.
And it looks like it's Heatsig.
Heatsig.
So we we actually streamed one of Heat 6 games yesterday.
All right.
So
Barry Martin and Pat. We'll do your
they did. I think they actually. We saw Collins earlier today. I believe Heatzig versus Collins. In the mixed.
Right. Yeah.
It was once again, as I mentioned in Collins' game, it was a very, very close result.
Yep.
Ladies once more just having a warm up.
Yep. But once again, just love to see the effort that these people are making to come and participate in, watch your space in a couple of years' time when the, next couple of Pan Packs are being held. The game is just going to grow and grow and grow. I mean, Japan has been really well represented here this weekend as well. Yes. So we've got Winnie Green in the green from the Gold Coast. Very strong player. And we've got Herzig from North Carolina in the US of A. Yep, taking the long journey to come and join us here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, and I haven't actually done that flight before. Ron, you've obviously been to the States. How long of a flight is that?
We broke it up by stopping off in Hawaii and playing in a pickleball tournament there, as you do.
Yep.
So it was sort of 7-hour flight to Hawaii and then to San Francisco, about another 8 or 9.
Yeah, wow.
So, yeah.
It's a long way.
Yeah, a lot of water.
And is that from, did you fly from Brisbane or Gold Coast?
We actually flew from Sydney.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and we're underway, 0-0. Oh, what a
Great.
strike.
Yeah, lovely.
And that is
Lovely
the way
backhand volley from Herzig to start off with.
And Green was on fire last game, so
Yes.
this will be a good game to see
Yes.
the ladies go at it. 0-0, Heatzig to serve.
Great job, gents.
Gee, Green does those ground strokes really well.
It just keeps going to the well. I mean, if there's water there, take it. And
Yep.
as a result, Green gets served back, side away.
0-0.
Beautiful strike.
Side out.
Okay, we've just had a viewer send in a message, and it's from the president of the Harvey Bay Pickleball Club, Sue Brooks, who's a pickleball addict.
0-0.
Yeah.
Have we got any Harvey Bay representatives?
Yeah, there was, Dennis Jones played.
Dennis was here,
Yep.
That was a great game too.
It was, for sure. Yep. Harvey Bay, our pickleball club, are currently converting disused netball courts into pickleball courts, and
cool.
have just signed a lease with the local council up there. So
Oh, that's awesome to hear.
now they're trying to get some dollars together to get their nets and fencing and everything. So watch this space for Harvey Bay.
Yeah, and if you're in that neck of the woods, by all means, go and support the local club.
Yep.
So we've had a lot of side aways thus far. The ladies are serving it well.
Testing each other out.
Yeah, getting a feel.
Good serve.
Straight to the net.
Yep.
So I think this will be a bit more of a common occurrence in this game. The ladies will, after that initial first drive, will charge into the net a little bit more.
Yes, definitely. Both got pretty good volleys too.
Exactly right. That's why I think they'll do it. They want to utilise that weapon.
Yeah, beautiful backhand volley from Green. Yeah.
And that's easier said than done.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Especially, we did touch on it yesterday in the broadcast that the backhand, some people do tend to avoid it.
Yep.
The ladies we've covered, especially in this pool with the 45 women's singles, these ladies are not shying away from the backhands at all.
No, not running around it at all.
That was...
I've seen a couple of ex-badminton players, female play pickleball, and their overhead smashes are just something else. They snap their wrists. Have you seen that? Yeah.
I've always said that Leona's got the scariest smash in pickleball.
Exactly. Backhand and forehand.
Yeah.
Well
just
picked up.
read.
Yeah, great reflexes.
And Leona comes from a high-level background of badminton.
Yeah.
I was speaking to Lydia yesterday. She's one of our Kiwi friends.
Yep.
She comes from a badminton background as well, and her volleys are scary.
Yes.
You know, when you're on the receiving end of that.
Yeah. Yeah, they snap their wrists. That's just,
And it's hard to predict.
Yes.
Because it's so fast.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can
That's just on the line on that serve. Beautiful.
Look at that,
Winnie.
side to side there. Yeah.
You got the whole court, you might as well use it.
Yeah. And what she's doing, she's not going for anything outrageous, you know, she's just playing smart pickleball.
Exactly right, yeah. So Green has a bit of a lead here, 3-0, but I think that's a good point to make there.
Just out the wind carried that.
Yeah, it went a bit there. A lot of people they think the correct way to play pickleball is hit the ball as hard as possible, and that's not the case.
No.
Obviously, when you have the form and technique down pat and you can rip those topspin drives, then by all means use it as a weapon. But a lot of players do definitely appreciate the more strategic play of being willing to hit the locations on the court.
Yeah, look at that.
About location.
She's not hitting it hard. She's just positioning the ball. Yeah, it's smart pickleball.
Exactly right. And if you are watching at home and you've considered giving the sport a go, but you might not be able to hit the ball very hard, there's a lady that we've had coming out to Mooloolaba recently who she doesn't strike the ball very hard, but she gets every ball back and she gets every ball in an uncomfortable position for the opposition. And as a result, I've said to her, I was like, you've got all the potential in the world because you play the game the right way.
That's right. Yep. Well, you have a look. You probably know of Mike Newell, one of the leading coaches in Australia. Watch him play. He doesn't. He just makes it look like he's just doing a training drill. Doesn't go for too much. Just puts the ball in awkward positions.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Well, bad luck.
Yeah, you learn very quickly that pickleball you don't have to be athletic to dominate in, and you know, despite your age or despite your physical ability, if you know the game and you understand the strategy as we've got a ball on call, you can still do very well, especially in the tournament setting.
1-5.
So it's 1-5, heat sig to serve.
Yep. We've just had a comment from Jenny Ware, Ray Ware's wife, and as she turned into a pickleball addict, she's joined the group that if you can't beat them, join them. Ray was off playing pickleball, you know, so many times a week, and Jenny said, gee, what's my husband up to? So all of a sudden she's taken it on and taken to it like a duck to water. So the trophy cabinet in the Ware household is getting a real workout at the moment.
Yeah, well, Ray was pretty successful yesterday.
Yes.
How did your games go yesterday? I haven't even asked.
Yeah, we had some fantastic games. Yeah, we played against Caden and Jen Ranamurthy.
Yep.
We were down 13-0 at one stage and won a point and partied like it was 1995. And we actually got 5 points, and then I started going to Taylor that he was choking a bit. So. But they did prevail and win 15-5.
Oh, great pick up there by Heatsig.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? There's another one.
Wow.
Too good.
World class there by Green.
Yeah. Gee, there were some beautiful half volleys from Herzig there.
Yeah.
Kathy Collins.
And that's good to know that you had a good time yesterday. I think you're quite.
Kathy Collins.
What you've done is quite common in that if you do manage to get a couple of points on those high-end players, you think, yeah, they're human. I can beat them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We played in the Aussie Open. I don't know why my partner put us in, but he put us into the Open men's doubles. And we were fortunate or unfortunate enough to play against Martin Clark and Mike Newell.
Yeah.
And before we went on, I just said to my partner, listen, we're just going to go out there and have fun, have a laugh and stuff like this. So we got up, we were actually up 3-0.
Yeah.
And I said, righto, time out. We can't get any better than this. We've got to stop the game now. We didn't get too many more points.
Yeah,
but we had a lot of fun.
I attended a Bean Lee event last weekend and managed to go against Vine and Costin.
Oh my God.
We were
Okay.
both very high-end players, and
Yep.
we had a very close game in the end. We ended up going down. I was playing with Lee Evans,
Oh yeah. Yep.
and but yeah, we were happy with that result.
The spin serve king, Lee Evans.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit. I don't know how he's going to feel with this new rule change.
Yes, interesting, eh? Yes.
But I'm sure he'll figure something out. He's one of the people that think about pickleball a lot,
Yep,
about
yep.
the strategies, the different methods and techniques in the sport.
Yep.
Oh, that's a great corner shot
That's a
there.
beautiful shot from Herzig there, deep in the corner. Just my personal opinion on the serve, I just think it should be a drop serve.
Yep.
And once the ball is dropped, you can hit it any way you like.
Yep.
And then that just takes out any queries or ambiguity or anything like that.
Yeah, and I mean,
6.
for the viewers at home, if you if you ever wanted to get into some discussions about pickleball, let me tell you, there are plenty of opportunities for it. On social media, things such as the serving rule that Ron and I are currently discussing are frequently discussed.
Yes, yes.
And there's some very passionate people about this particular topic.
Yes. And some people have worked so hard at, getting the ball, like getting, for instance, a Shane Warne spin on the ball before they make connection with it, And they've worked hours and hours to do this. Well, I'm led to believe that serve is going to be illegal.
It is.
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
I was talking to Taylor Smith yesterday regarding it, and we guessed around probably the start of next year.
Okay.
It really comes down to whatever, because I believe the Australian scene follows the USAPA rules.
Yep.
So whatever they come down to the agreement on it.
Yep.
But for this tournament, it is legal.
Yep.
Bang.
Ooh. Well put away.
That's a nice shot.
This is pretty high-class singles here.
This is very good to watch,
Yeah.
And across from us, on the camera angle, you might be able to see Kennedy's currently going against Collins.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We just watched.
Okay, this is a couple of Gold Coast girls, both from the same club. Yep.
Yeah, it's good. I'm very interested to see how this finals will pan out, because we've seen some great games thus far as we had 6-7 green to serve.
Yep. Oh, that's beautiful. Gee, she works those lines beautifully, doesn't she?
And I think you have to in singles.
Yeah. Yep.
As Ron mentioned, you want to make your opponent uncomfortable, and no much better way to do it than a line drive.
Yep. And that's not resorting to sledging, that's just playing.
Yeah, exactly right, yeah.
There's one of the beautiful things about pickleball is you're so close to your opposition and your partner that you can, have a little bit of chat talk.
Well, I mean, technically you're not supposed to.
Aren't you?
No,
Oh,
you're
okay.
not
Is that a
supposed
rule,
to.
is it?
That is a rule, but I think here in the Australian scene we're so friendly that as we saw earlier with the mother-daughter duo, they were having a good yarn over the court.
Yeah.
Again, just a little FYI on the teams event. If you did register on the PanPack's registration website for the teams event,
We just
please
got a little
come
bit of a
see me at
timeout
the
here
desk
as the
so we
ladies
can
are
get your team sorted
having a drink.
out. I only have an alphabetical list, so I need you to let me know which players are with which players. Thank you.
And we've got a ball on court. So I'm not entirely sure how many more games we've got for this round robin run, but either way, I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah.
It's been some quality games.
Yeah, definitely. This one between Green and Herzig, yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's 8-7, green to serve.
That's a beautiful shot. Oh, well.
Oh, what a recovery.
Ah, well played. Well played.
Good angles across the board.
Green
And that
did
is-
really well to stay in that point.
Yeah, and let's talk about that. So when you do those rushing dives to try and get a recovery shot off, it is so difficult to get a shot off that won't set your opponent up.
Definitely. Yeah, well played. Look at that. Bang. Bang. Ah, well played.
Point.
Yeah, and Green had the prior there. She was on the net,
Yep.
which typically you'd find yourself in a bit more of a comfortable position, but Herzig could respond.
Herzig's got the end where it's proven to be easy to score points from.
Yep.
8-8.
Yeah, got the
8-8,
wind at
so
her back.
yeah, this is very tight. This could go either way. Good pickup. Oh, that's a great shot. Wow.
Great effort by Green.
She did well to get that, Herzig, and then to place it as well as she did was, yeah, quite skillful.
So this game will go to 15, I believe.
Yep, I think it's 9-8.
We're only halfway.
9-8.
No, so 9-8, odd side.
Herzig's just asked if she was serving from the right side, so Kate, the adjudicator, confirmed that she was on the wrong side. It was called in. What a great serve.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that for the viewers at home with actually speaking to the officials.
Yep.
If you're not sure about something, ask.
Ask, that's right.
10-8.
Herzig's on a bit of a roll here.
She is. Momentum.
Well played. That was a great volley, wasn't it, coming in?
Yeah, good coverage there by Herzig to catch Green off guard.
Yeah.
We did talk about
quite agile, Herzig. Yeah, gets around, moves around the court very well.
We did talk about the I suppose benefit as we got 11-8, Herzig to serve. The benefit of striking the ball on the full rather than letting it bounce yesterday.
Yep.
And
that's a great shot. See the wind? She's just placed that beautifully, and the wind did the rest.
And we, I think that shot there that Herzig played earlier with catching the volley on the full caught Green completely unprepared.
For sure. Yep.
12-8.
Oh, bad luck.
Side out.
Trying the forehand roll there.
Yep. And unfortunately, I think the ball bounced a little bit low for that.
Yeah, yep.
But I can understand why she's tried it. She's earned multiple points from such a stroke today, so why not?
8-12.
8-12. Green under a little bit of pressure here.
Side out.
Just gone long. Herzig went straight to the middle of the court there. And that intimidating presence when you're trying to pop a shot over the net.
Yeah. That's a beautiful shot. Wow. Yeah.
Lovely backhand drive.
She's got a lot of shots in her arsenal, hasn't she?
Yep.
13-8.
13-8. Herzig currently on cruise control.
Yeah. She keeps playing like this, she might have to pay for a bit more, what do you call it? Luggage on a trip back to America.
She'll have
excess baggage. Is what it is.
A necklace to add to the collection.
Yeah, well, she's playing well.
So it's 14, match point.
Beautiful thing about travelling and being a pickleball player is the paddles actually take up very little room and they're very light.
Yes.
So you don't have to take extra two suitcases.
It's funny you mention that. I do recall reading on the socials that there were people that had to sort of explain to airport security what their paddle was.
Yeah, I did. Sure. They pulled one out of me. Made me get it out of the bag once. And what is this?
Yeah. I don't know if I got called.
They thought it was a weapon.
Yeah, well.
Well, it is a weapon of mass destruction, isn't it?
Especially
for some people.
Some of those hard hitters. Oh, what a tart.
Is that in or out? Out, I think. Oh, point.
No, it's just gone out, yep. It's 9-14, Green to serve.
Great serve. Oh, what a return.
Beautiful.
Jeez, that was lovely and deep, wasn't it? Perfect example of returning deep.
Yeah, and why.
Yeah.
The thing about pickleball, if we're following on from that, is you see immediate results of why you should do something or why you shouldn't do something.
Yeah.
And Herzig's shot there is a great example.
Yep.
Green
well played,
adapted.
Green.
So that was the stroke that was played earlier that Herzig drove down the line and caught Green out.
Yep.
Green has responded. Smart play.
Yes. Green's digging deep here. 9-14. Oh.
Just had a player on court.
Yep. Kennedy from the adjoining court was in the eyesight of Herzig.
9-14.
Oh, what a return. Class written all over that shot.
Yeah, and that was a comfortable shot too.
Yeah.
Not an easy shot, but she looked
She made it look easy though, didn't she?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in. 14-9.
There it is.
It's just gone long.
Good game. Yeah, well
Herzig
played.
takes the win. That was a wonderful game.
Yep. Worthwhile coming from America to play. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well done, girls.
And no doubt we'll see both of them feature later on in the finals.
Well played, girls. Good game, Winnie. It's good. Good to watch.
For the viewers, while we wait for the next game, we'll just go into a bit of a break. Welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games. I'm Dylan Kimlin. I'm currently sitting here with Ron Gatliff, and what we are watching right now is the 45 plus women's singles. So we've got Robin Hungerford on the left and Winnie Green are on the right.
Okay. Hungerford's from Mooloolaba.
1-0.
Green's from the Gold Coast. So
Side out.
Hungerford still having trouble with that serving with the wind. Just shows you an experienced player like Hungerford, played a lot of tournaments in tennis and pickleball. Yeah, just having trouble with the basics of serving.
It happens to us all. The yips are very much a real thing. As the ball nearly strikes tournament director Mike Newell there.
Yep.
Yeah, it definitely happens to us all, and
1-0.
we'll see how Robin goes here.
That's better.
That's a much better serve. She did make a brief comment earlier to Ron and I that the wind is really playing havoc on her serving action, and as a result, she's now thinking about her serves.
Yes.
And that can be not a good thing.
No, you can overthink it, definitely. Look at that. There we go again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, what am I going to compare it to? The yips in golf when you're putting.
Yep.
You know, you've got a 200 mil putt and you freeze over it.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a beautiful pickup by Green.
Good shot.
Unfortunately, gimmies are not a given here in pickleball.
No.
It's actually, we've talked a lot about like tennis and badminton, squash players coming across the pickleball. There are a lot of golf players that also play pickleball.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I myself don't mind a bit of a hit.
Yeah, well, there was some phenomenal amount of American PGA players that are now playing pickleball in their spare time. And I think Phil Mickelson, if you've heard of Phil Mickelson, very good golfer, lost about 10 kilos, and people were asking him, what does he put it down to? And he said, playing pickleball in his spare time.
Yep.
You know?
2-2.
It's 2-2, Hungerford to serve. It's just gone long. And Green charging in there, had the opportunity. Fortunately, just hit it a little bit too far. I've always said that pickleball and golf have similarities in that obviously in golf, if you
just out by Green,
if you use the same form and the same stroke for your your drivers, your drive will obviously go well. It's the same with your pickleball serve. I was talking to Gail about this yesterday, and she mentioned that it's form and technique, and then once you have that down pat, your serve should be fine.
Yes.
It's the same with your drive.
Yep.
As Robin puts that away.
This is what I found in Hawaii, in America, playing against the Americans. They've been playing for that long that it's just so automatic for them to serve deep all the time, return deep all the time. Yep.
Talking about deep returns and deep serves. Hungerford's was a little bit too deep then.
Yeah.
Green to serve.
2-4.
We've got a ball on court.
Just behind Green. Replay the point, replay the serve.
2-4.
What's your tip on this one, Dylan? Who do you think will take it?
I mean, Green's just come off of a close game with Heatsig.
Yep.
And Hungerford, I think, she's only played one game thus far.
Whoa,
it's just rolled in.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Oh, great shot though. The second shot, third shot, beautiful.
I'm not going to back either player though. This was anyone's game. It wouldn't surprise me if both players did feature later in the finals.
Yeah.
However.
Yep.
That's a great return. Catching on the full.
Just
that's just gone long.
Yeah.
Check it off.
Hungerford caught multiple balls there on the full there as a result. Might have caught Green off guard.
Tennis background coming in with those strong volleys.
Yep.
Yeah.
6-2.
6-2, yep.
Yeah, she's on a bit of a run here.
Oh,
what a shot. And what a recovery.
Shot, good pickup. That was a great shot from Hungerford, but the reply from Green was even better.
Hungerford has called it out and double-checked with official Katie before making that call. Got to give credit to Green for the effort regardless.
Yes.
And Green responds.
Yep.
Beautiful return.
So Hungerford's making good use of the scoring end, as
yes.
say.
7.
And those serving yips that we saw earlier seem to have died off a little bit.
Yeah.
Fortunate for Green there, that just goes wide.
7-2. Side out.
In doubles, not so much in singles. The third shot is probably the money shot in pickleball, in my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe not quite as important in singles, but definitely that third shot. If you can perfect that, your game will improve.
Exactly right.
Heaps.
Well, we've always, when I coach new players, we go through all the basics, and then we talk about the third shot.
Oh, that's beautiful.
drive.
Well played. Well
And
constructed point there from Hungerford.
I make it very clear to the players that it's one of the hardest shots in the game, but
Once you get it, it's like undoes Pandora's
Exactly
box.
right,
isn't it, you know?
But I always say you might as well practice it now because it is so important.
Yeah.
It's just gone wide. Side away, green to serve.
Yeah. There's some great drills to help with that too.
Yep.
You know.
7.
Well, that's the beauty of pickleball in general. Every single stroke you play, there's a drill for it.
Ooh, yeah.
Even what Hungerford has just done there.
Yep.
Cheeky little drop.
Yep.
Side away, Hungerford to serve.
7-3.
And I see, from what we saw last game with Hungerford, going for a little bit more of a relaxed serving style.
Yeah, yeah.
And just getting it in.
Yeah.
We've got a change of ends as Hungerford
And you
has
can
reached 8
actually
points.
see it. You can see once she got her confidence going with her serve, she actually stopped thinking about
Exactly
it
right.
and just let it
Yep.
flow. You can tend to overthink things when you're playing sometimes.
Yeah, and this is also, as Sarah Burr made a great quote during the Australian Championships when we had her on for commentary. She said that singles is a very lonely game. You've got no one to back you up.
Yep.
It's only up to yourself.
Yep.
And I find that that's, for what we're talking about, is suitable for doubles as well, because if you see your partner mentally struggling with a particular aspect of the field,
Yep.
it's up to you to say something.
Yeah. But to say the right thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just, hey, come on, you might be struggling on your backhand, that's
Yep.
all right, let's focus there, backhand instead.
Yeah.
Side out.
And one of the things that I try and press upon people is, if you've mucked up a shot, don't worry about it, because there's nothing you can do about it. That
it's
shot
done.
is done and dusted.
Yep.
Side out.
So let's think forward, and you know.
Yeah, I always say that to people after a stroke where they may have hit something that could have potentially been in or out, and there's always the question, do you think, like, was that in, was that out? And it's like, it doesn't matter, I hit the
That's
ball.
right, exactly.
So
let's move on.
Yeah, just play on. Yep.
Side out.
They don't have a bit of
Greens
pace on
using that wind when she's serving downwind. Done a couple of beautiful deep serves.
8-4.
Yeah, look at the serve from Hungerford there.
Yeah.
You know,
Very confident.
Yep.
You just got to get your eye in. I actually had a chat to Remy Marok yesterday.
Yep.
Who has featured in multiple games throughout this event. What a shot!
Wow.
And we talked about the value of having games to get your eye in. So she said she needs 2 games to warm up before she can. For me personally, I need 4. I need 4 games before I feel comfortable with all of my strokes.
Right.
Side out.
And that can be a
You
problem.
give a girl a rap and look what she does.
Yeah, I know, right? Commentator's curse, Ron. It's a
Yeah.
real thing. What about yourself, Ron? How long does it take you to sort of get your eye in for an event?
Yeah, I don't like to warm up for too long. I'd rather come the day before and get used to the conditions and the court surface and stuff like that. Yeah, just having the hit up before a game. I'd like to keep it short. Really. Yeah.
And I was watching a very interesting thing about it yesterday on Facebook or something, that your pre-game or pre-event rather, I guess, methods and the stuff that you have in plan, preparation, I guess you could call it. Everyone has their own thing.
Routine. Yeah.
Routine. Yeah, we all do it.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. Like your preparation is completely different to mine.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. You've got to find what works for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's just fallen short. And yeah, there might be people at home that might want to consider trying a tournament for the first time. Don't be afraid to, there's not a set golden rule.
Yes, that's right.
Just do whatever feels comfortable for you.
I remember driving my wife crazy when I was playing in a cricket grand final, and for a couple of hours before I left home to go and play, I was playing Cold Chisel and NXS songs, loud as, and I was driving it crazy. So, but the other thing is, don't get too pumped up.
Yeah, well, it's funny. When I was involved with high-level baseball, we did talk a lot about sports psychology.
Yep.
And rather than pumping up, it was cooling down or calming
exactly.
down.
Yeah.
5, 10.
Yeah, there's a fine line there, isn't there?
Yes. And knowing when to calm yourself down is a big thing.
Yep.
Point.
First pickleball tournament I played, I hadn't played in any tournaments for like 20, 30 years, and the first one I played was down in Brisbane. I came off and we got thumped in the first game, and I walked off and felt like my heart was going to come out of my chest. That was just beating so heavily. Yeah. So I sort of tried to tell myself, calm down, deep breathing and stuff like that. So, which we did, and then we ended up getting through to the finals and taking home the gold. So it just goes to show you.
Yeah, that's great advice. And I think we've already touched on timeouts throughout this event.
Yep.
If you do find yourself a little bit amped up, you might disagree with a call, or you might have had a close volley battle that hasn't gone your way. Don't be hesitant to take that break.
Yep. Go and have a mouthful of water. You know, just
take some breaths.
Yep. And breathe.
Yeah. A lot of people need to do more of that.
Yeah. Yeah, Green's serving well with that wind.
Yeah, I definitely think. I know you coming from a cricket background, Ron, you'd understand. You know, when the wind's at your back, you get a few couple of kilometres on it.
Yeah, well played.
And I can definitely see the left to right side is benefiting from it.
Definitely, yep.
Just move that ball for me, Winnie.
So we've got a ball just behind Green there. Bit of safety there. Obviously, we don't want any players tripping up. And on that note, actually, Ron, I mentioned yesterday, I haven't seen an injury yet, which is a wonderful thing. The players, that's a great shot there by Green.
Yes. You tend to see more injuries, in my opinion, from people when they start up.
Yeah.
You
Now
know.
everyone's warm. Yeah.
Sorry, start up their pickleball career.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I don't know what to expect.
Yeah. And people running incorrectly back to try and get lobs, and they end up.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, lobs are always an injury concern for players.
Yeah.
It's 10-10. Green to serve. Green has come back here.
Yeah, she has. Oh, that was a great shot. Out.
Good discipline there by Hungerford.
Yeah.
A lot of people would normally belt that ball.
Yes, well left.
Hungerford's let it go.
Well, that's another skill in itself, isn't it?
Knowing which balls not to hit.
Definitely.
Yep. It's gone out.
Just out.
Point.
Yeah, we did speak during the doubles broadcast regarding the benefit of knowing which ball is your partner's as well.
Yes.
So it's sort of relevant to knowing which balls to leave.
Yeah.
In the doubles scene is also which balls to... your partner might be in a better position to strike.
Yes. Yep.
And it makes you realise, as I bring that up, there's so much thinking involved in pickleball.
Yes.
The level of strategy is crazy. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Side out.
It's like a game of chess.
Yep, it is. Seeing two queens on the court currently going at it.
11, 10.
Well played by Green.
Yeah.
Side out.
It's a great finish.
Gee, when Hungerford was up the other end, it was, how far Robin, but swap ends, it just shows you how difficult it is to score points from the hitting into the wing.
Well, you go from, especially when you start on that windy side, you go from having to be careful of every shot to overhitting every shot.
Yeah. Happened to us yesterday in the mix.
Shot.
We were up 8-1, and I think we might have got another 2 points or something. Just changing ends.
Yep. And I wonder if there's anyone that's watching these games that Bruce Winther actually touched on it yesterday during the commentary. The sheer amount of strategy involved regarding your starting position and whether you serve or receive. That's a beautiful shot by Green. And Winnie looks very comfortable right now.
Yeah.
12, 11.
12-11. She's
This
on a
is
roll.
tight, yeah. That's a great shot.
That's gone long.
Side out.
Hungerford, side away.
11-12. Hungerford needs to get a couple of points, I think, to stay in this when he's playing quite strong.
If I was Hungerford, I'd be calling a timeout personally.
Yep.
It's a great time to kill momentum, have a breather.
Yep.
Ooh, that was close.
Nice forehand drive from Hungerford.
Stabilizers, 12-12.
12-12, yeah.
12-12.
Ooh,
Side
jeez.
out.
The wind just died down a little bit.
Yeah. As a result, hit it a bit too far.
Yeah.
Green to serve.
For people that don't realise it, maybe haven't played a lot of pickleball or haven't played pickleball, the ball is so much affected by the wind because of the holes in it.
Yeah. Well, I've always said, as I said in the past, I played from a baseball background. There's a sport called wiffle ball.
Yes.
In America, where
Yep.
essentially a pickleball is a wiffle ball. So I also jokingly refer to a pickleball as, you know, the balls that cats play with the holes in them. Yeah, similar.
Yep.
And if you've ever seen those balls get affected by the wind,
Yep.
they fly around like crazy.
Yeah.
So the same thing happens to a pickleball.
Do you ever play shuttlecock? You heard of that one?
12-13.
Badminton? Isn't that what they use in a badminton?
Was it?
Oh, beautiful shot there by Green. Hungerford
He's
charges
big
in.
and Collins.
That is a
He's
great
big and
rally.
Collins.
Good rally. Collins.
I can't say I know what exactly you're referring to, Ron.
Oh, it's
but
where you catch it with a curve.
lacrosse.
Oh, I don't think it was called. Yeah, it was more of a social game we used to play when we were younger. Yeah.
If anyone knows, let us know in the comments section. 14-13, we have match point here. Hungerford just bounced back. Oh,
That's
wow.
a great return. Yep.
Green not phased by the pressure.
Yep. Used the wind beautifully there. I like the way she doesn't overhit it.
No.
She seems to, just
Oh, it's been the theme of the day, isn't it? Just hitting the ball
look at
correctly.
that. Top
As a
spin
beautiful
serve. Yep.
And whips it across.
What'd she call? In or out? Point. Yeah, it's called in.
Hungerford's called it in. So 14-14, this is a win
you
by
can't
2.
get any tighter than this.
So now first team to win by 2 points.
Nice shot.
Hungerford's just tapped it a bit too soft there. She'll be cursing herself. She's
Yeah, she's got to forget about that and just concentrate on the next point.
She's got a couple of points from that soft drop.
14.
15-14, match point to Green. So third match point thus far. Ron?
Game match. 16-14 Green.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
we've just had a
Great
bit of
game.
information on shuttlecock, also known as sepak takraw. So in, obviously I lived in Darwin for a long time, and we have up there called the Arafura Games,
Okay.
where we have a lot of sports from Indonesia and across the international waters there. And if you ever want an interesting sport to watch, sepak takraw is incredible. It's sort of similar to the shuttlecock that you're referring to.
Right.
The players, it's essentially volleyball, but they can only use any part of their body but their hands.
Right, okay.
So the players do front flips and kick the ball over the net.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
I could never do it. I'm lucky to do a somersault without pulling something.
Yeah.
But so very interesting sport.
Yeah. Do you have any interest in the World Cup, the Football World Cup coming up?
Because I know there's the rugby one on currently. Are you regarding soccer
I'm
or
talking about
football?
Soccer, football, yeah.
Yeah, because my partner Emily did a bit of work with the Brisbane Roar women's side.
Okay.
So we got into it via that, but
I definitely need a handicap.
because coming from Northern Territory where AFL is so prominent, that's sort of what we grew up on, AFL and cricket.
Yep.
But I'm slowly getting more involved with it.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it. All my friends are mad about it. So
Yeah.
obviously you are, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah, I just love it. It is the world
The
sport.
world game,
The
yep.
world game, You see in Brazil and India and stuff like that, they just they don't actually have the balls, but they just tape things together that they can, you know, from the time they can walk, they start kicking this little ball around. So, yeah, and the skill. I mean, if you're lucky enough to see any of the World Cup games, have a look at Brazil or something like that, and just their skill level is just off the charts.
So we're going to take a bit of a swap in the commentary team here. Ron, thank you so much for jumping in. We're now going to have Mike Newell jumping across, but hopefully we can have Ron later on. But yeah, once again, he's having a good time. He's smiling, so we'll leave it there, and Mike's going to jump in a tick. Okay, welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games here in Currumbin. My name is Dylan Kimlin, and we've had a change in the commentary booth. I'm very lucky to be sitting next to Mike Newell.
Good afternoon.
How are we doing, Mike? It's you've been flat stick doing all the tournament directing and officiating for most of the event, you're probably appreciating just sitting down having a rest.
Yeah, this is nice, Dylan. I don't know how you got to sit in the shade over here and kick back and watch some great pickleball, but I'm liking it.
I've still somehow ended up with sunburn. I probably reek of aloe vera at the moment. I've lathered it on. On the court currently, we've got, once again, we're still watching the 45 plus women's singles. We've got Winnie Green in the green. And she is versing Sam Kennedy as Kennedy pulls off the point there.
Yeah, that was an interesting point to start off with. It just shows that it is a little bit windy here. So Winnie went for a high volley / overhead, and the wind caught it. She missed it. It bounced, and then she played it back.
Yep.
But Sam was on top of her toes, and she ended up making a passing shot.
0-0. So 0-0, Kennedy to serve.
Nice approach shot from Winnie there. That's sort of your classic singles approach of hit it deep down the line and try and follow it into the net.
And Green has had a lot of purchase with it thus far in the tournament. Lots of points scored from that exact shot.
It's nice to see a couple local Gold Coasters here battling it out.
Yeah, Ron was mentioning it earlier. We have quite a few Gold Coast representatives, but also players from all around the country, international players as well, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's been great. We've seen a few players from New Zealand. We've seen a couple players from US come on over.
Yep.
As Winnie just rips a forehand winner there. That's definitely her strength.
Well, she could give classes on it. She's scored many points throughout the day with that exact shot. As the ladies come into the net. Beautiful hands there by Kennedy.
So it looks like Winnie has a little strategy to pepper it into Sam's backhand, which has been working pretty nicely for her on the returns. And when she has a nice easy ball, seems as though that might be her plan. We'll see how it goes.
And obviously you're a high-level coach, Mike. Do you have any, do you ever cover the topic of singles strategy with your players that you might be helping out?
Well, it's funny you should ask because I coach Winnie Green.
There we go.
And we do work quite a bit on singles. She's had quite a bit of success both at the Nationals and the Queensland Pickleball Tour. She's been doing really well in her age division and winning quite a few gold medals. But yeah, we have worked on singles strategy. And she really loves the game. Also a good doubles player, but really enjoys just the physical aspect of running around the whole court. And you know, you wouldn't notice it, but this is Winnie's, I believe it's her third straight game here.
Yeah.
The round robin hasn't been nice to her, but that's the way the schedule goes.
Oh,
So,
there's the win.
Yeah.
The win doesn't mean nice to her either. That's twice now it's come into play. But no, you, Ron and I were talking about how singles is definitely a fitness. It's fitness comes into play, and you know, full credit to Winnie to do 3 games in a row and come out battling.
That's right, and I quite often hear people say that they like to dabble in the singles after playing pickleball doubles for quite a while. And I hear the phrase used quite often, well, if I play singles, does that mean I'm going to have to run twice as much? And I usually laugh and then say, well, you know, let's try maybe 5 to 10 times as much.
Yeah.
It's a big court when there's only one of you out there.
Exactly
after being you know, comfortable on a doubles court for quite a while.
Well played.
Nice play. Again, she peppered into the backhand for a few until she got the easy one.
Yeah, she looks very comfortable approaching that net too. And with the players on the court having a look, it looks like we've got a
Possibly
bit of
a cracked ball. I don't
cracked
know.
ball, yeah.
The ball going past. I don't know. Just Katie's going to have a little chat with them.
And that is the beauty of having an official for these games. We can have immediately someone can jump in and resolve any problems. And some top quality pickleball thus far. Are you enjoying any other of the Masters games throughout the weekend, or just the pickleball?
Oh, look, yeah, the pickleball's been fantastic to be a part of running the first ever pickleball event here at the Pan Pacific Masters 22. We've been trying for the last couple of years, but as with everything, COVID has changed plans with quite a few things.
Yep.
But yeah, I'll be participating in the beach volleyball
awesome.
as well. So another passion of mine.
Yeah, that's cool. As we had a chat to a couple of the players earlier on, there's been quite a few that have come down for pickleball and then trying out a different sport as well. As Green pumps that ball down the line. Beautiful shot. So it's Green to serve. It's currently 3-0. And that is centimetre perfect there by Green as they go straight down to the corner. 4-0. And that's the kind of shot that you just shake your opponent's hand and let him have it. It's absolutely perfect.
All right, 4-0 for Winnie. Getting into that backhand. She likes peppering that backhand.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful slice down the line. Open the court up. I guess a lot of times when players start to pick up on your pattern, maybe expecting balls to go into the backhand, it opens up the other side of the court.
Yep. That looked like a confident drive by Green there. And Green finds herself out to a comfortable lead.
6-0. No.
A bit of a lob. Kennedy recovers. And Green gets the net roll.
There you go. When it rains, it pours.
Yep.
Everything's kind of going in her favor. She's got a little bit luck there off the net. It's the way the ball bounces.
That's exactly right, and I think we've seen it it's a beautiful shot there by Green. So we've just got to change ends for the players. Once you get 8 points, we swap. We have seen quite a few net rolls, but throughout the event, but they go both ways. It's just luck of the draw, really, when they occur. So, Mike, I'll get your opinion on this one. We have had from the left to right, that seems to be the way the breeze is blowing. It'd be interesting to see how Green, I guess, adapts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she has been using that wind behind and hitting some approach shots, some really nice approach shots, and coming in and kind of using that wind to get a little extra power on her shots as well. So now that she's going into it, we'll have to see.
And as a result, though, Kennedy's going to have to hit the ball a little bit softer too, because as we saw there, thankfully a ball was on court and bailed her out of trouble. But
that was heading out, but she got lucky on that one. Happens.
That's a beautiful
nice
shot.
Angle.
Right in the corner of the kitchen, or as I call it, the pantry. That was a beautiful shot.
0-9.
Did you create that name yourself?
I don't
Dylan?
know if I did. If someone else uses it, they can have the trademark. But
Side out.
it's typically where you find the pantry.
I like that. I've been hearing a few new terms. I heard the term the hairpin the other day.
Oh, right.
Which I hadn't heard on a ball that hits the net and drops over in the kitchen, and then they just gently tap it back over again. Someone called it the hairpin. I haven't heard that. And of
That
course,
actually makes sense when you think about it physically.
Yeah, it does. I guess, it's, again, fun being part of a sport that's at its inception, and you can see all these new terms. The merry-go-round that was dubbed a couple of weeks ago by a player named Mary who hit the ball behind her head.
Yeah, that was crazy, that shot too. Yeah, isn't it cool? You see all this new terminologies, new strokes, and just the way the sport is growing before our very eyes. It's a special thing to watch. I mean, this is our first Masters event that you mentioned. That's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, and the exciting part was we've really are pleasantly surprised with the turnout. We had over 200 participants, and for Australia, that's one of the biggest tournaments that we've had, so that's fantastic. And the Pan Pacific Masters Games had always previously been offered every 2 years, and they're going to trial it on a 1-year basis. So I believe that it's been confirmed that 2023 they're going to have the games again, and that would be fantastic to have it as an annual event.
Yeah, fair call. As we're talking about that, Mike, we've just had our first challenge throughout the event that I've covered anyway. So Kennedy has called a ball out and Green has challenged, which then refers to official's decision. And it was in fact in, so Green got the point.
Yeah, that's right. So typically the officials that we use here in Australia are in a limited capacity, in that we're just usually calling the no fault lines, especially in doubles, but and not even calling the score, just letting the players call their own score and call their own lines, and just calling the kitchen line for faults.
Yep.
But in the singles, Katie's also doing the score, and she's there as an arbitrator. She won't call any lines, but she's there to arbitrate if there is a question as to whether it was in or out. And as we all know, it's just difficult sometimes from a certain angle you're in to see the ball.
Yep.
So she overruled that one.
Yeah, and I've always said that, especially here in Australia, not everyone knows all the rules, so it's always good to have someone there to just provide that guidance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's fantastic.
And that's just gone long there.
Ball was good.
And we've had a second challenge today.
110.
Oh, Katie's getting in on the action there.
Yeah.
110.
So that's 110, Kennedy to serve.
Okay, let's see if Kennedy can start rolling here. She's just doubled her total, so she can make a game of this, get back into it.
Unfortunately, we got a ball on court there. Just before the serve was played, both ladies were grinning to each other. They're having a good time.
210.
You love to see it. Oh, what a shot. Well played.
Oh, it's great movement by Sam. She really did a good job of playing a nice little drop over into the kitchen, and then when he didn't have a lot of options, it tapped it back over, and Sam used her feet to get there.
310.
Yeah, I guess we haven't. We've touched on many things throughout the event thus far, Mike, but you just mentioned moving your feet. Do you want to go into a bit more of in-depth explanation about how that sort of can set your shot up?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at a singles pickleball point, which is, you know, all about the movement, really. I mean, you've got so much court to cover that you need to try and get into position. So I like to coach the players to just, you know, get them to feel where they are. If you feel like you're in good position, the ball is where you want, you're balanced, and you have options. You can hit the ball cross, you can hit the ball line, you have options to hit it hard, hit it soft. It's when you're really off balance and reaching and not quite in position. Sometimes that could be because you're being lazy. Other times it could be that your opponent just hit a great shot. And then you're limited as to really what you can do with the shot. So you may be just, you know, resigned to just playing a defensive ball, just the whole, hey, get it back in and maybe they'll miss idea. You know, we all do miss some easy ones. Sam didn't miss that easy one, that's for sure. But really the movement is the key.
Well, you're talking about movement, and Green did a lot of it in that play to keep it alive. It was a very good effort, but Kennedy was able to put it away.
That's right, and she didn't try and overhead any of those shots. She knew she wasn't in a great position, so the strategy then goes to, hey, let's just make her play another shot. You know, make her put one more ball back in the court.
10-5.
That's a wonderful shot there. Force the
Nice
knock
pass.
into the net. So talking about firsts for this event, I know later on today you've got a teams event.
Yeah, very excited about that. This is going to be, again, a first. Everything's a first this time for pickleball, but yeah, we've asked teams of 4 to sign up together, and we're going to have it as a very simplistic format, and that is just 4 players, and the only rule is that you must have at least 1 male and 1 female. So we just can't have 4 females or 4 males as a team. We wanted to get it a little bit mixed. but we are
5.
having no skill level categories and no age level categories. So they're just playing as a 4-player team, and they'll designate their number 1 through 4 in terms of skill level for their team, and we'll have the number 1 and 2s playing the number 1 and 2s from another team. 3 and 4 plays 3 and 4, and vice versa. We'll go back and forth with a couple different combinations of doubles for your team. So looks to be a lot of fun. I'm not sure how much everyone will have left by this afternoon after 2.5 days of competing, but they're willing, they're signed up and willing to come out, so we'll be here and we'll get them moving around the courts, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly right, and that does sound like a whole bunch of fun. We were privileged earlier today to see 2 family members go head-to-head in a match, and that's the kind of thing you're mentioning as a teams event. If this becomes a frequent within Australian pickleball, how cool would it be if you could sign up as your family to play in a team event?
Yeah, that's right. That would be great. Hey, and it's again, it just shows pickleball is, you know, for everyone. You can have grandparents playing with grandkids, and moms and dads with their kids, and aunts and uncles. So yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I like that concept. We'll have to try that.
6-13.
So it's currently 6-13. Kennedy to serve.
She's working her way back into it.
Yep, staying
She's
alive.
definitely moving to the side with the wind behind is helping her. And then right there, just like we were talking about with movement, she just got a little bit too close to the ball, and all of a sudden, you know, that's where you'll start to see the errors creep in, lose a bit of control when you're not in the right position.
One thing Ron and I did say during Winnie's games earlier today was that she doesn't hit the ball too hard. She just places it perfectly every time. And
that's right. Winnie does have a good understanding of, you know, just playing within herself.
Yeah.
So she does that quite well in singles. In doubles, she gets a little bit aggressive. We've been working on that. So in doubles, it's funny that she gets a little bit aggressive. So the singles is really helping her, actually.
Yeah, right. So we've got a timeout here. So we've got a timeout here. So as the players are just sitting in the shade, I've got Winnie standing next to me having a bit of Powerade. But the players are just having a bit of a break. While we're waiting.
Time in.
Oh, we've just had a time-in call. So Kennedy and Green are now re-entering the courts. Green to serve.
Side out.
And that is a bummer. Straight into the net, unfortunately. See if Kennedy can capitalise here and try to build some momentum.
6-14.
Currently 6-14. Kennedy's just struck that a bit too hard. Having a good laugh with Winnie about it.
14-6.
14-6, we find ourselves in a match point for Winnie. That is a beautiful shot there by Kennedy. Striking that pantry, as I called it, right in the corner of the kitchen. That was a great stroke. Kennedy to serve.
6-14.
6-14. Once again, going down that line. Kennedy making the most of her chances here.
7-14.
Nice deep serve. Well played from both ladies there. Great recovery by Green, but Kennedy was able to pounce on it with a backhand drive. 8-14.
8-14.
It's a long way to go for Kennedy here, but if she can keep this up, she might be a fighting chance.
Point.
As Green strikes that too far to the right. We did speak about it yesterday with a couple of the other co-commentators. That's a great shot there. Well played there by Green. But sometimes getting that final point is the hardest part of the game. And Green needs to get over this hump here. She's currently on match point, has been on it for a little while now. She's got to close the game out.
14-9.
Kennedy survives once more. It's 9-14, Kennedy to serve. And that has just landed in. It's a great shot by Green. Collins to retrieve the ball there for Kennedy. Once again, match point going the way of Green.
14-9.
It's just landed on the line. That's a great shot there by Kennedy. And Green has capitalised, and that has just landed on the line. That's a great game.
15-9 to Green.
And Green gets the win. We're just waiting for the next match to be announced while we're waiting. If you're looking for a modern and luxurious over 50s living, look no further than Gem Life. We're grateful to Gem Life for sponsoring the live stream for today's competition. Gem Life makes it easy for you to live the active, vibrant life you deserve in your 50s and beyond. Begin a whole new life today. Go to www.gemlife.com.au.
So they have to, the next match has to go on in 6. So I put it in, but... You got to play it in. Yeah, because when it's done 3 in a row. Yeah. So you can play heat seat next. Heat. My high school club line.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games. My name is Dylan Kimlin. We're currently watching Heatsig versus Kennedy, and the score is currently 1-1. It's a beautiful shot there by Kennedy. You're currently tuning in. We are watching the women's singles match, and this is currently in the the round robin. So we've been covering as much as possible this morning. It's been great to get these ladies some exposure, and I imagine we'll be getting towards the end of the round robin soon and get into some finals matches. So if you're currently tuning in, we're currently placed in Currumbin, down in the more southern side of Gold Coast in Queensland. It's been a blustery warm day here. That's 1-2. Heatsig to serve. That's well struck there by Kennedy, causing that uncomfortable shot that we spoke about earlier today. I was joined by official and tournament director Mike Neal, but he's just had to duck off to do some tournament director stuff. It's currently 2-1, Kennedy to serve. Hopefully we can get Mike on for some more of his insights.
Could I please get Malloy, Mercer,
Wealth of knowledge to the game.
To the tournament desk.
And that's side away, Heatsig to serve. You can start to see signs of fatigue from the players here. They've been playing all day thus far, as well as yesterday. And like I said earlier, it has been a very warm day. Hydration, nutrition, keeping your stretching up, very important throughout a tournament process. It's 2-2, Heatsig to serve. That's a beautiful shot. Backhand drive whipped across the net. Heatsig claims the point. 3-2. A nice short serve there. We're just seeing Kennedy's called that it was a good serve. It didn't land in the kitchen. So for the viewers at home, might not be too sure on the rules. If you serve the ball and it lands in the kitchen, it is a fault. The kitchen is the big red square that you can see. The location on the court that is closest to the net. Heatsig to serve. And it's currently 5-2. Once again, this game is to 15. The players will swap sides of the court at 8 points. And Heatsig finds herself in a bit of a groove here. See how Kennedy can respond. That has just gone wide. Side away, Kennedy to serve, 2-6. Oh, that is a perfect shot there by Heatsig, straight down the line. Similar to what Winnie Green was pulling off in the last match. It's beautiful line drives. These ladies are definitely capitalising when they get the forehand opportunity, they pounce. That's a great net presence there by Kennedy, ensuring that the opposition do not get an easy shot. The ladies have called a timeout. They both agreed to have a timeout. And as a result, both chugging that water. Temperature is definitely starting to rise. It's currently 3-6. Kennedy to serve. The ladies are just having a discussion about the last call, whether they agree with it or not. They seem to have come to an agreement upon it. Smiles all around. That's a great shot straight to the feet. It's 4-6, Kennedy to serve. I've just had a look to see what the current temperature is. Apparently it's 24 degrees. I believe it is far warmer on the courts. One thing about these pickleball courts is they reverberate the heat, bounces off. Quite often, I know when I play in a tournament, the soles of my feet are quite warm by the end of it. This also has an impact on the balls as well. Thankfully, the players have been gifted with routinely receiving new balls, so they get the best possible performance out of the ball. Heatsig to serve. As well placed. Almost a cricket-like shot there by Kennedy. She's punched it through the gap. Five, 6. So as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the players have, if you're on the odd score, that's a great shot there by Kennedy. If you're on the odd score, you serve from the opposite side of the court that you would have started the game on. So the players were just having a chat about that, making sure that they're both on the right side. Currently 6-6. And that's a great effort there by Kennedy as it ends up in the commentary booth. The lady's just popping over to say hello. Heatsig to retain the serve.
Do we have an M pool for the 19 plus singles 2.5 and under Group B? M pool. Please come to the tournament desk.
Oh, and that's unfortunate there for Heatsig. She was caught in no man's land there by Kennedy's backhand smash. And Kennedy's gone for a wander through the clubhouse to retrieve the ball. Somehow managed to bounce through an open door. She's probably appreciative of a brief amount of time in the shade. And that is just called out. Kennedy's just asked me, as I'm sitting here courtside, whether that's in or out. It's a good point to mention this rule to anyone watching. If you're a spectator, you are not allowed to comment on the game. Obviously, you can cheer your friends and family on, but you are not allowed to call whether a ball is in or not. Unfortunately, here in the Australian scene, we see that happen far too often. That's a great pick up there by Heatsig. How will Kennedy respond? She responds in earnest. That's a beautiful shot there down the line. Currently 6-7. Kennedy to serve. Oh, look at the wind hold that up. That hung up there for ages then. Unfortunately, Kennedy couldn't capitalise on the stopped ball. But wind can be troublesome. Heatsig to serve. That is a beautiful drive there by Heatsig. We've had a ball rolling on from the other court. Heatsig knocks it away. Heatsig and Kennedy are both having another little timeout here. They both decided to have a drink. As we've scored 8 points, the players will now swap sides of the court. It has been the common occurrence throughout this event. It'll be interesting to see how the players react to the different wind conditions. It's currently 8-6, Heatsig to serve. Ooh, nearly there. That is a beautiful strike there by Kennedy to drop that in. They're the kind of shots that worry spectators as Heatsig went lunging for that ball, because it's usually when you see people's hamstrings go. Thankfully no injuries occurred here, and the ladies can resume. There's a great long deep return there by Heatsig. Caught Kennedy dancing on the baseline. Heatsig to retain serve. 8-6.
Okay, this is going to be a final teams event announcement. If you are registered on the PanPax website, I'm going to call your name out, and you'll have until 3 o'clock to let me know if you are participating in the teams event. I have 6 teams already, so those of you that have already told us that you're in, we've got you. But I'm looking for Anderson, Brown, Bryant, Burke, Clissold, Dryzen, Freshwater, John,
9-6.
Jones, Menzie, Rowetti, Ridwin, Roberts, Walker, Janie Walker, Karen Walker, and Joy Williams. If I called your name out, please come see me at the tournament desk.
And that's 10-6. Heatsig's on a dominant little display here. She puts that one away down the line. We have seen a lot of long returns here thus far throughout the game. The ladies are definitely have their eye in. They've now played multiple games throughout this event, for today at least. And that's 12-6. We've had a timeout called. It is very warm on those courts. And I'm fully supportive of the ladies taking their time to have some water. So the fact that they've even come and had a conversation together in the shade because it is so warm. Well, we're just waiting for the ladies to finish their timeout. We'll give a big shout out to Gem Life for sponsoring the live stream of today's fast-paced event. And fast-paced it has been. These ladies are wearing through their soles of their shoes. They've been running around that much. Gem Life is a leading developer in over 50s lifestyle resorts. Its latest innovative travel initiative, Explore by Gem Life, is exclusively available for homeowners to hit the road in style with their modern and luxurious motorhomes. Check it out for yourself. Go to www.gemlife.com.au for more information. So the players are coming back onto the court. It's currently 12-6. And it looks like Heatsig to continue serving.
Hungerford and Collins, have you played? Hungerford and Collins. Perfect.
And that is a beautiful way to come out of the timeout. Kennedy kissed the paint there with the drive down the right. That's a beautiful shot. See if Kennedy can bounce back after the timeout. Side away. Oh, and that ball has just struck our gentleman that we had commentating earlier today, Ron. I think he was eyeing off something that was being cooked for lunch instead of watching the sport. Serves you right, Ron. Eyes on the ball, as they say, and that is a beautiful shot by Kennedy. She definitely had the eyes on the ball there to nail that corner. Confident shot. As Heatsig has retained the serve there. Unfortunately, Kennedy's just hit it a little bit too far to the right. 13-6. That is a great backhand smash there. And we find ourselves in a match point, 14-6, Heatsig to serve. And that is picture perfect way to finish the game. Heatsig takes the win of this round robin match with the lady singles. And well played. And the ladies do look tired after that match. It was a long drawn out event. I'll just find out if we're having any more round robin matches before we go into finals. I'll leave us for a break just for now.
if there are any players that would like to just have a social hit with Tony, she's taking a break from behind the desk, and she's so excited to get out and hit some balls. She is looking for someone to have a little hit with.
Filling up my cup, coffee talk on the screen porch. So in love, now you're the one I'm losing sleep for. And I hope the wrong one slip right through your magic fingers. And I hope we find some way to fall in love like we were. Yeah, you're the only reason I was California dreaming in the first place. Seeing you in sundress seasons got me all up in my feelings for the old days, old days. I've got the summertime blues, thinking about you and me, in the way that it used to be. I've got the summertime blues, hoping that you might be still holding on to me. I still do think about you in the morning when I'm waking up. Laying in this bed without you has got me lonely and missing your touch. Yeah, you're the only reason I was California dreaming in the first place. Seeing you in sundress season got me all up in my feelings for the all day, all day. I've got the summertime blues, thinking about you and me, in the way that it used to be. I've got the summertime blues, hoping that you might be still holding on to me. I still do think about you late at night when the sun's going down. Laying in this bed without you, it feels so different when you're not around. Yeah, you're the only reason I was California dreaming in the first place. And now sundress seasons got me all up in my feelings about the old days. I've got the summertime blues, thinking of you, thinking of you. Oh, I've got the summertime blues, holding on to you, holding on to you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games. My name is Dylan Kimlin, and currently, as you see official Mike Newell hop on the court, we are seeing the 35 plus men's singles gold medal match about to take place. We have Kluss versus Mercer, and the gentlemen have been battling it out all day and have managed to make it to the final match. Now, this will be a best of 3 with games going to 11, winning by 2. Very much a traditional method. The final game will be swapping at 6, should it get to a third game. So Mike's just having a chat with the two fellas and just letting them know what's to go. These fellas should know very much so what the go is after this conversation. Should there be any questions, of course, they can have a chat to Mike Newell during the event of the game. Conditions of the court, it is very warm out there currently. I actually went for a walk just after the last game that we just streamed, and the surface of the courts are quite warm. The wind has died off a little bit, and as a result it's quite still. So Mike is just requesting a new ball. He's just clonked someone in the crowd with the ball, as we've requested some new balls for the players to play with. So we have a brand new ball ready to go, and the gentlemen are just having a bit of a whack to warm up.
35 plus.
Men's singles.
3.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our 35 plus 3.1 to 3.5 men's gold medal match starting off here. To the right of the chair, we have Kluss, who is elected to serve. To the left, we have Mercer. We're playing 2 out of 3 games to 11. Time in, 0-0.
And we're underway. Kluss to serve, is elected to serve first, and unfortunately he hits it into the net. So Mike made a good point there that this is a 3.1 to 3.5 skill rating gold medal match for the men's singles.
Side out.
This should be a great event. I was watching both these gentlemen play earlier today. Both very efficient strikers of the ball and very mobile. So it should be a fast-paced match.
Point.
It just goes wide. That's 1-0.
Side out.
It's just dropped short. Those gentlemen wearing all black today. The only really different feature of them is Kluss's bright socks. Mercer pushes in. Scored that out.
Point.
It's 1-1.
1-1.
Whoa, and that flew away. I mentioned previously that it's a bit still. The wind has disagreed with that and has carried that ball to the other court. Currently 2-1. Mercer to serve. That is a beautiful strike of the ball to that back corner. We can already see that Kluss is playing quite aggressively, coming up to the net as soon as possible.
1-2.
1-2. No doubt these gentlemen versed each other during the matches leading to this. It's fair to say that they have understood the strengths and weaknesses of the opposition and developed a strategy as a result. Outside away, we've had a
Time in, 2-1.
bit of a kerfuffle with the court next to us. The gentlemen are straight back into it.
Point.
And during our stream earlier today, Ron and I did mention that sometimes people can hit it a bit too hard when they're moving in to hit the ball. And Kluss has just had that happen to him. Had a sitter, as we call them. He's just hit it a bit too hard. There's a beautiful strike there by Mercer. Kluss recovers.
Point.
Just hits it a bit soft. He's done that a couple of times already. hitting the white, as we call it. You notice the top part of the net is
4-1.
typically coloured white. It's a nice return there by Klaus. And it goes long.
Out. Time.
We've had another ball on court. I'm assuming the ladies on the court opposite us
Time in.
having a fiery match because the ball seems to be flying around. 1-4 plus the serve. Mercer has himself a little bit of a lead here. And that is a beautiful shot.
Side out.
Bounces off the top of the net and bounces in. 4-1, Mercer to serve. See if he can continue to extend this lead that he's built. Ah, that is class.
Side out.
Beautiful shot there by Klaus as he's managed to chase down the ball. I thought that was a pretty good drop there by Mercer, but as I said at the start of this match, that both players are quite mobile. As a result, Klaus has got himself back the serve and a quick point.
2-4.
It's 2-4.
Point.
I mentioned earlier that Klaus has hit the net a couple of times and has adapted,
3-4.
striking the ball a little bit harder to get that roll over. I will also point out that Klaus has a pretty wicked two-handed backhand. We'll see if we see it feature at all throughout this game today as he gets a wonderful forehand drive there. Now, I could be wrong here, but I do believe Mercer's from
4-4.
playing from international waters. That's a beautiful serve there. Great recovery and an ATP.
Point.
Or if not an ATP, close to it. ATP, for the girls at home that don't know
5-4.
what it means, is called an around the post shot. In pickleball, that is legal.
Side out.
And that has just gone a bit too long there on the serve. Mercer to serve.
4-5.
4-5. Beautiful effort from both players there. Klaus manages to get the roll, but you have to give credit to Mercer there for his movement. And that's 5-4, Klaus to serve. These gentlemen are nailing the corners at the moment. Mercer's got the dominant position here up at the net. This Klaus hits that a bit too far. Serve's called too long there via Klaus. Be very curious to see how fitness comes into play during this match.
5-4.
This is the final day of the Masters here for. Unfortunately, that's just gone wide there, but be interesting to see how the gentlemen fare as they've been playing all day, and I have said it's quite hot conditions here. And as we've already seen at a 4-5 close match, games have been quite intense thus far, and that's just hit the net, unfortunately, there for Mercer.
5-4.
That's a beautiful stroke there. Nice slice there on the backhand. Six four plus the serve. For those that have just tuned in, we've played on, and that is a great shot there by Mercer. We're currently down in Currumbin, which is in Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, for the Pan Pacific Masters Games. We're currently watching a gold medal match for the 35 plus men's singles, 3.1 to 3.5. That's a great shot there by Mercer. I did speak earlier today with Ron Gatliff regarding the ranking numbers and why we use them.
5-6.
It's a bit short there. Mercer will be happy to build a couple of points here and some momentum.
6-6.
That's 6-6, tied game. There's that backhand. That was a wonderful shot there by Klaus.
6-6.
Mercer advances, hits the ball with authority, resulting in a turnover, or rather a side away.
6-6.
6-6, Mercer to serve. Mercer's having a bit of luck here. He's been striking the backhand side for Klaus. Has resulted in a couple of net shots thus far. He's been quite fruitful as that ball lands just on the line. Klaus to advance. And that has just gone wide.
6-7. Point.
And they're the ones you kick yourself for. On a return that you can probably pounce on and hit it into the net.
7-7.
We'll see how Mercer responds here. And there he is, targeting that back corner once again and again.
Side out.
Lightning strikes. Beautiful. Hitting the same spot twice, resulting in a side away.
7-7.
7-7, Mercer to serve. Oh, he read that well. Klaus was moving on the other side of the court there, and Mercer hit it to the vacant spot on the court. Well played.
8-7. Side out.
Side away. Now, official for this event is Mike Neal, who we had in the commentary earlier today.
7-8.
Also been doing the tournament director duties for this event.
Side out.
And to the team here running the event and all the volunteers, I have to give a big shout out to. They've done a wonderful job. I know the players have been very happy with the event thus far, as that just rolls in there by Klaus. It's a great top spin there. Loop the ball over the net. Klaus to serve.
7-8.
7-8.
Side out.
And that particular stroke there was relevant to what Ron and I were speaking of earlier, with players hitting the ball too hard when they charge in. And Klaus did the same thing again
Side
there.
out.
That's side away. Be interesting to see if the players decide to use timeouts as we get to the later stages of this first set.
Not up. Side
That's
out.
a beautiful effort there by Klaus. But the poise of Mercer to just drop that ball in, very well played.
8-7.
8-7.
Point.
9-7. See if Mercer can build a little bit of a lead here. This game is going to 11.
Point.
Mercer's just got a quick couple of freebies there. As I mentioned, timeouts. Klaus has called one. The use of timeouts, as talked about earlier today, is to kill momentum, also to have a bit of a breather. I'm sure Mercer is also happy to have a timeout, just purely so he can have a bit of a drink of water and have a breather. Typically when the conditions are more dare I say, favourable, or not as warm rather. You typically don't want momentum to be stopped when you're leading, but in this instance I'm sure Mercer's okay with it. Be interesting to see how Kloss responds. He's had a bit of a breather, a drink of water, and now he has serve, knowing full well that his opposition has a healthy lead currently.
Thank you. 15 seconds.
We've had the 15 seconds call via official Mike Neal.
Receiver has 1 timeout left. Server has 2 timeouts left. Time in 10-7.
10-7, match point, Mercer to serve. That has just gone long.
Game.
First game goes to Mercer. As just dictated by official Neal, the players have a 2-minute break, and then they will follow through to the next game. You'll notice the players will swap sides of the court, as well as servers. Whoever served first of the last game will not be serving first for this game. If you're looking for modern and luxurious over 50s living, look no further than Gem Life. We're grateful to Gem Life for sponsoring the live stream for today's competition. Gem Life makes it easy for you to live the active, vibrant life you deserve in your 50s and beyond. Begin a whole new life today. Go to www.gemlife, that's GEMLIFE.com.au. If you've just tuned in, we're currently watching the 35 plus men's singles 3.1 to 3.5 gold medal match. Mercer has taken the first game. We are down here at Currumbin for the Pan Pacific Masters Games. And this match is being officialed or refereed by Mike Newell, who's also been doing tournament director duties throughout the event. So I've just had a chat to Mercer while he's sitting there having a drink of water next to me, and I've just asked whereabouts he is actually from, and he's told me he's from South Auckland. So we had a good mix of international visitors today and yesterday for the games thus far, and it's awesome to see some of the New Zealand players have made it through to medal matches, so it's really good to see. I think Mercer will be very happy with his first game as he goes into the second game with a 1-game lead.
Game 2, men's gold medal match. We've got Mercer to serve.
As Mike has just called out, Mercer will take the serve. Now the games earlier today, this right side where Mercer's currently standing, was receiving a lot of the tailwind. So it's Kloss immediately on the tack with her forehand down the line. But the wind is currently, it's not blowing.
0-0.
As Kloss drives it straight into the net. Those unforced errors can be costly, especially in a gold medal match. You don't get another opportunity to pull it back. Side away, Mercer to serve.
0-0. Side out.
And there's a dreaded net roll. We did mention earlier that Kloss was hitting multiple into the net. That seems to be how he's adapted. Apply less topspin and a bit more of a harder hit. Has resulted in 2 net shots thus far. Though there's a great smash there by Kloss to get the first point of the match. 1-0.
1-0. Side out.
And that's nearly hit our camera. Hope Klaus has insurance. Thankfully he's just missed. Mercer to serve. And that has just gone long on his return there.
Point. 1-1.
1-1.
Side out.
And that is just a great rip there. Forehand down the line. A very common strategy here in
1-1.
singles. Have quite a little crowd building here for this match. As Klaus goes for the same shot again and results in the same, with the point going his way. 2-1.
2-1. Point.
Bit of momentum here building for Klaus. See if he can keep it going.
3-1. Point.
Taking the first game can actually be a bit of a mental barrier for some people as well. As you're aware that you... Oh, what a shot. That was a beautiful shot there by Klaus. But taking that first game can be a bit of a barrier, as you need to be aware that you only have 11 more points till you get a gold medal. Whereas if you lose that first game, it's kind of a, well, I've got nothing to lose. Let's give it our all. And Klaus is definitely doing so thus far with a 5-1 lead as he advances to the net. How will Mercer respond? He's taken the first game and he's already down by a significant amount of points. I'm also curious, as Mercer said he's from South Auckland, I imagine this, I wonder if this heat is coming into play. Well, that didn't look like it bothered him at all, as he struck that ball beautifully, resulting in an out ball from Klaus. Mercer to serve, side away.
1-7. Side out.
Ah, well played there by Mercer.
Side out.
I have a feeling that may have hit the top of his paddle, however, though.
1-7.
Sometimes the unintentional hits are the best ones.
Side out.
We are seeing a lot of quick rallies this game, however. The players are hitting the ball into the net or hitting it out. Not many
7-1.
long rallies.
Point.
And that can be a simple thing in, or rather a common occurrence in singles games, especially when you have both players with strong forehands. They just can hit it into a position that is non-returnable.
9-1.
And that's 9-1. Klaus has a very big lead right now. That's a beautiful shot there by Mercer, however. That's a great return there by Klaus. I have a feeling the Mercer serve isn't bothering Klaus too much, so as a result he can sort of position Mercer in a position that might be more beneficial for himself. When we spoke to Mike Newell earlier today, we did speak about the sheer benefit of movement and moving your opponents around. That there is a beautiful shot there by Klaus.
10-1.
We'll see how Klaus serves in return. So there is also quite a simple serve that can allow Mercer to do what he wants with it. However, Klaus finishes with a beautiful strike in the pantry, corner of the kitchen.
Have a 2-minute break.
And they both take a game each, 1-1. This is good viewing. And as I said earlier, the crowd getting involved. So what will happen in this game is this is the third game. The players will swap at 6 points. So whichever player reaches 6 points first, both players will swap to the other side of the court. The wind has picked up a little bit since that game stopped, so that may affect the result. Typically, from what we were speaking to Bruce Winther regarding yesterday, the serving strategy, whoever serves on which location first, is actually important here. Typically, if you play on an indoor venue or one where wind is not an issue, it's not as relevant. Whereas for this particular event, it's definitely something to be considered.
Doesn't it just make you feel alive? Absolutely.
Right now regarding who gets the serve on the favourable position, because definitely the left side of the court, or the one that both the gentlemen are currently standing on, is the favourable position to serve, because you'll be hitting into the wind, or away from the wind rather. So they're just waiting for the just having a chat now to the official, Mike. It's very obvious that both players want this left side. So as dictated via Newell, Mercer gets the first serve, or rather he can have the first 6 points on the more preferable location. But in saying that, however, that Kluss gets the final 6 points in that position, which, you know, towards the end of the game, we have seen multiple comebacks throughout this broadcast thus far.
Red Kluss to serve.
Certainly could be something that comes into play. Third game.
Point.
And the first point goes to Kluss. Third game of the 35 plus men's singles, 3.1 to 3.5. It's a gold medal match here at the Pan Pacific Masters Games. That is a beautiful strike there. Kluss not at all phased by the wind.
2-0.
Striking the ball beautifully. And Mercer's advanced to the net.
Side out.
And when you are versing someone that's, both these gentlemen are quite tall, in your peripheral vision when you're going down for a ball, it's the first thing you see, especially if someone's tall standing at the net. As Kluss pushes in. Had to make sure that he didn't stand in the kitchen there, but he did so quite well.
2-0.
So similar to the first game, Kluss has been quite aggressive moving up to the net. That's a beautiful strike there. Kissing the paint right on the line there. Kluss finds himself with a
3-0.
small lead, 3-0. Ah, well played.
Side out.
Mercer was there and pounced. Now let's see if he can utilise this wind.
0-3. Point.
And he gains himself a point.
1-3.
So both gentlemen have 2 timeouts for this game. The use of timeouts thus far has been quite low for this series thus far.
3-1.
It's 3-1. Unfortunately, Mercer's serve just went a little bit long there.
Side out.
And that has just gone wide. Class saw a gap there, but unfortunately struck it a little bit too soft, a bit too low into the net. Mercy's gained himself a couple of points here. And has just gone wide. 3-3. Find ourselves in a tied game. Well played there by Mercer. That's a great gather. And I think Mercer's found himself in that comfortable position once more, utilising the wind. There we go, we can see the wind is definitely catching the ball and holding it up a little bit more than perhaps desired. Mercer wins the point.
5-3.
Look at that targeting by Mercer. Nailing the corner. We have a 6-3 swap over. That's well played there by Mercer. He continually struck that back corner. But as we said at the start of the game, the side on the left definitely has the win benefit. Mercer capitalised, taking the first 6 points. It's now up to Class to respond and use the advantage. So players have a short minute break while they're swapping over.
Time in.
Mercer to serve, 6-3.
Point.
And Mercer gets the first point of the since the swap, 7-3.
7-3.
That's a great return right on the line. As we mentioned in the discussing strategy earlier today, the long returns are definitely what you should be aiming for in singles. As a result, Class has got himself an opportunity to serve, but he's hit the ball out straight away.
7-3.
Class has moved in here to pounce and has done just that. Typically when a singles player moves into the net, they feel that they have a confident strike. They can capitalise on the opposition's position, reading the flight of the ball.
3-7.
Usually results in a smash or a hard drive. In that instance, that's exactly what happened to Class. And I believe that was just called out there by Mercer. Side away.
7-3.
Mercer's advanced to the net.
Point.
And Class has hit quite a few throughout this series into the net. We've had a timeout call.
Score is 8-3. You have 1 minute.
It's 8-3 thus far, going to Mercer. So we are slowly wrapping up throughout the events for today. I'm not entirely sure if we'll be continuing singles after this. We do have the ladies still playing. I can see them down on the back courts there. Hopefully we can get some of their medal matches through as well. And then as Mike mentioned earlier today, that the event will be doing a teams
15 seconds.
event as well for the players here. I do not believe we'll be streaming that, however. So we'll just enjoy the singles action while we can. It's currently 8-3 with Mercer to serve.
Receiver has 1 timeout left. Server has 2 timeouts left.
So as you
8-3.
may have just heard official Mike Newell call, both players get 2 timeouts per game. And we've just had a...
I saw the ball in because it skidded off the line.
So we've just had a players challenge. So as Mike Newell has just said, the original call there from Mercer was that the ball was out. Klaus has challenged that, and Mike Newell, the official for this match, has called that that is a correct challenge, and the ball was in. So in tournaments, typically, the official for the event, as there's a beautiful drive there by Klaus, the official will notify you, or they should notify you, that you can challenge the ball. And in that result, that's what's happened. So that's the 3rd challenge we've seen today. We've seen a couple earlier today with the ladies singles matches as well. That's scrambling defense there by Mercer. Klaus has unfortunately struck it into the net.
8-5.
The thing with officials is treat them as a resource if your match has them, and to definitely utilise them if you don't believe the ball is in or not, or out, sorry. Klaus to retain serve.
5-8.
5-8. As the wind at his back, see how he responds. And that has just gone a bit wide there from Mercer. Mercer has called a timeout.
The score is 6-8. You have 1 minute.
Mercer's just wiping his glasses, and Klaus has gone to try and find some shade. Admittedly, there isn't much on the surface at the moment. Interesting to see that our official today, Mike Newell, isn't wearing boardies. It's typically his go-to when he's covering the matches. He's also got sandals on today instead of thongs. Speaking of thongs, it's absolutely beautiful beach weather. I think of nothing better than playing a couple of games of pickleball and then going down for a swim. And I imagine quite a few of these players would be thinking exactly that after the event today.
15 seconds.
Got 15 seconds left as both the players re-enter the court.
The receiver has 1 timeout left. Server 1 timeout left. Time in 6-8.
6-8, Klaus to serve. Both players have 1 timeout each. Mercer's strike of the ball there sounded like he might not have hit it plush, might have hit the edge.
7-8.
7-8. Close game. This game will be 2-11. Mercer's defended well there, kept alive. His opponent Klaus has made a mistake. Now I serve 8-7. So we've had a challenge there, and the official has stated that
9-7.
he couldn't see a clear indication of where the ball landed. So Mercer's call of out stands.
Side out.
That's side away. Mercer charged into the kitchen there, or rather to the net. Unfortunately struck the net as a result. 7-9, Klaus to serve. That corner has been worn out this series thus far. Currently where Mercer's backhand is. There's been plenty of balls driven down to that particular part of the court.
Side out.
As that serve goes a bit wild.
9-8.
9-8, Mercer to serve.
Nice one, Richard.
And Mercer finds himself in a match point scenario.
10-8. Out.
As the gentlemen embrace over the net, Mercer finds himself with a gold medal. Plus will take the silver for the 35 plus men's singles, 3.1 to 3.5. That was a quality match all round, and the gentlemen will be happy for their efforts there. And while we wait for the next match, hopefully we can have some more medal matches to show you. We'll just take it to a break.
Sensible is just two four-letter words stuck together. Another word for boring. Sensible shoes, sensible hat, sensible life. Just a word to get you to do what everyone else is doing. But what if you aren't prepared to settle for a sensible life because you've already had one? What if you want a whole new life? Well, what are you waiting for? Who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?
So flick apart,
Yeah.
head down over the ball, and follow through. That's the last time I give you advice. Come on.
Do you think we'll catch anything?
Does it matter? So
got the power. Whole world is watching and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. Okay, keep me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the moves don't know, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, looking up to the skies. We were chosen, all the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it all until the end of the end of time.
Okay, one more last teams event announcement. If you are registered in the teams event on the list from prior to the start of the tournament, so registered with that, please come and see me immediately. If you are planning on playing in the teams event and you have not already done so, I have 17 and I still have some registered that have not come to see me. So please come let me know.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the Pan Pacific Masters Games. This is Dylan Kimlin tuning in, and you're currently watching the 45 singles gold medal match between Green and Heatsig. The ladies have just decided to get straight into it without a warm. Oh, they've had a minor warm-up, but it's currently 1-0 to Green. Green is on the left there in the bright-coloured clothing, and Heatsig, who is now receiving the ball, is wearing the blue singlet. It is an absolute scorcher out there on that court currently. I had a chance to have a chat to the gentlemen that have just played in the men's gold medal match, and they both said that it was very, very warm. So these ladies have a, that's a beautiful shot there by Green, and what a recovery by Heatsig. Wow, great shots all round. So for this particular game, there's 3 games to 11, win by 2. The third game, you'll have to swap at 6. The ladies have been notified of this. It's currently 1-1. Green had a bit of a pop-up there, but unfortunately drove it straight into the net. Heatsig to serve. Has also struck the ball into the net. We saw this was a reoccurring theme in the men's match before this. Gentlemen were driving the ball straight into the net. It could be a mix of the wind or just fatigue. That's a great stroke there by Green right on the line. But we'll see if the same affects the ladies. We've covered a fair portion of the ladies' matches throughout today, and they have played a lot of games. I imagine they've definitely got their money's worth. It's currently 2-1, Green to serve. And that goes a bit wide there. So Heatsig now has the ball. 1-2. I believe that was called in. As a result, Green gets the ball back. They're both having a laugh on the court. Oh, that is a beautiful shot there by Heatsig. So Heatsig to serve. It's currently 1-2. That's a beautiful strike there by Green. Charged in. And we'll see how this series plays out. Both ladies have played very well throughout the games throughout the day. Both have quite a similar play style. Like to open up angles with that drive and then finish through with a smash. As that goes a bit long there. Green targeting that backhand corner that we saw that was so common with the men's final that we just covered. Still 1-2. Heatsig to serve. Heatsig to advance to the net. Gets a great backhand right on the line. Very nice shot. Ladies taking their time to retrieve the balls. Similar to the game before, both players get 2 timeouts. However, I imagine these ladies will make the most of their opportunities when retrieving the ball. That's a great shot there by Green. This fatigue is definitely starting to kick in. It's not only physical, it's mental. When you're thinking and planning about the strokes that you need to play, it can get tiring. It's a great shot there by Heatsig in the corner. Green, unfortunate. Put in a great effort there to retrieve the ball. But I did speak earlier today with Ron Gutliff regarding cooling down mentally, keeping your head, keeping cool. If you're continuously ruining the mistakes that you may have made during an event, that can also be very tiring. So 3-2 currently. Heatsig to serve. Oh, it's just gone wide there by Green. Both players advancing to the net. And it could have been Heatsig's presence of the net that might have thrown Winnie off there. 4-2. bread and butter for Green there. She's done that for a large percentage of this event thus far. Let's just strike that backhand corner on Heatsig and charge in for the smash when it's available, as Heatsig does the exact same here. Great coverage of the court. And that is a beautiful strike there by Green on the line. Well played. Looks like Heatsig's just having a bit of a cramp. Just a bit of a stretch. She's good to go. Green to serve, 3-4. And that is on the full. The ladies tap paddles and have a chat about it. So for those that are watching, the second and third bounce of the ball, or the second, third hit of the rally rather, you need to allow it to bounce first. So what Green has done there is that's a beautiful job. What she's done there on the third strike of the rally, she's hit the ball on the full. And she's immediately realised her mistake, and both her and Heatsig have had a bit of a giggle about it. That is a beautiful strike as Winnie hits it into the crowd. Just making sure they're all paying attention, watching the ball. Heatsig to serve. The funny thing is, with that stroke that Green hit on the full, if she let it go, it probably would have went out. It's 4-3, Heatsig to serve. Green charges down. Will this bounce in? It's just gone out. I think Green will take that. 3-4. So that's a change of service. That's 4-3. Oh, it's a beautiful stroke there by Heatsig. Well played. I thought Green's shot there to the corner was exquisite, but Heatsig's managed to recover with a great shot of her own. Well played. Green's ball has just gone a little bit long there. This is where your mental strategy comes into play. 6-3 currently. Beautiful by Green. She's kept to the same strategy of hitting that corner and then hitting across to the other side of the court. But as fatigue starts to set in, it's whether you can be disciplined, as that is a beautiful strike there. Unfortunately, it's just gone a bit wide there due to the wind. But yeah, keeping discipline to the strategy you've set for yourself and adapting if it needs to be changed. Oh, what a stroke. Beautiful shot there by Heatsig. Backhand drive. Heatsig's just having a bit of a drink here. It's currently 7-3. I have noticed that Green does like to strike the ball on the full. Okay, so It's currently 8-3. I just had a conversation with, that's a beautiful shot there by Green, nice confident strike. Just had a conversation with one of the volunteers here, Tony, who's doing a wonderful job with organising the fixtures, that this event is 1 game to 15. So the ladies have swapped at 8, as they were directed via the tournament directing staff for the finals for the other games that we've seen today. That's a beautiful shot there by Heatsig. The players would typically play 3 games to 11, but for this particular match, it is 1 game to 15 for the gold medal match. Now that does happen. Usually, as it's 8-3, Heatsig to serve. With your fixtures, sometimes events can go a little bit longer than intended. We do know that we have a teams event after these singles games, so I'm guessing that's what's occurred. To be fair to the ladies, it is scorching hot out there anyway, so they're probably okay with a single game. That side away, Heatsig to serve. 8-3. And that is called out by Heatsig. It's just down the line there. Must have just been out. 9-3. Oh, great effort there by Green. Good aggression by Heatsig, taking advantage of the uncomfortable shots that Green was forced to take to stay alive in the point. So it's 10-3. Great pickup. Oh, and that has just bounced in. Beautiful recovery there by Heatsig. Green doing everything she can to stay in these points, but Heatsig just taking the jump on her. And that serve has just gone wide. See if Green can capitalise. There's an opportunity to get some points. Ladies just that was good. The ladies are just double checking what side of the court they should be serving from. Heatsig just congratulates Green on a very nice shot there and then calls a timeout. So while the ladies have a bit of a timeout, this will be our last. And the ladies are just returning to court. They've just finished up their timeout. Heatsig to serve. So the result for the game, this will be our final event that we'll be streaming throughout the day. Unfortunately, we aren't doing the teams event. The ladies are just having a discussion about the score. It's been a great day of pickleball down here at Currumbin. 12-4. And there's that shot that Green loves to pull off. Stroke to the backhand corner and then capitalise on the forehand smash. And Winnie gains herself a point there. See if she can build some momentum. 5-12. And that has just gone long. Heatsig aiming for that corner. 6-12. That is a confident stroke there by Green. 7-12. Momentum building. Just gone long. Heatsig 3 points away from a gold medal. Has to be playing on her mind. See if she can overcome it. 12-7. And that is on the full. So the same rule that we discussed earlier where Green hit the ball on the full, Heatsig has done just the same thing. And the ball has wandered off into the clubhouse once more. Green serve. So it's 7-12. There's a beautiful strike there by Heatsig, straight down the line. Well played. And she retains the serve. (12-7). Well played there by Green. Great angles. And more importantly, she stayed out of the kitchen. Quite often when there's not an official present for these games, a lot of players do get a bit cheeky with the kitchen, but Green was well and truly out of it there. Wow, what a strike there by Heatsig. Unfortunately, the follow-on shot resulted in the net. It's currently 8-12. And that is well left there by Green as that just floats on. It's currently 9-12. Whoa, what a shot. Suddenly we find ourselves in a pretty close match. Heatsig had quite a lead there. Green has managed to claw her way back. 10-12. Oh, it's a beautiful shot there. Heatsig's cramping up a little bit here. See if she can pull her way through the remainder of the match. And cramps do occur after a long tournament. Keep hydrated and keep stretched. Still doesn't matter. That's a beautiful shot there by Heatsig. Especially on a warm day such as today. I imagine all the players will sleep well tonight. 13-10. And that is a great shot by both players. And that has just gone in. Shot of the match there by Heatsig. Cramping up to recover that ball and then hit a drive down the line. Well played. 14-10, match point. has just landed in, and Heeksig's gone for a tumble. That's a big cramp. Now we've just gone to get the first aid to assist. Here's the gentleman now to come out and help out. In most tournaments throughout Australia anyway, we always try to have a trained professional to come provide assistance with medical injuries. Isn't this nice of Winnie? She's in a gold medal match and she's offering to rub down her opposition. Spirit of pickleball right there. I don't know if there's a sportsperson award for this event, but I know who I'd be giving it to. One can hope that Heetsig can continue for this match. Hopefully it's only cramps and nothing else. As I said, the ladies are probably thankful that they can continue the remainder of their match. And it looks like we may have a forfeit here. I'll just find out from the ladies. Now we do have a medical timeout, so I'm not too sure if that's what's being present currently. Ladies have just had a bit of a chat and they're ready to keep going. This is a gallant effort by Heetsig. Those lower leg cramps are nothing to be trifled with. Green to serve. 10-14.
Half an hour later I'll get there. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's fine.
And as I'm just sitting here commentating, there's been another lady that's just injured themselves. 11-14, and these tournaments are grueling, especially if you play. Oh! And that has just managed to roll in. Heetsigh gives a high five, and the ladies are just having a chat now. But yeah, these injuries, especially once you play 8+ games, this can be definitely a tough ask for the players. And it looks like we're going to have a bit of a forfeit here. We'll see what Heetsig decides to do. And it sounds like we've had a forfeit. So green will take the gold. Heetsig will take the silver. However, I think the real medal here is just sportsmanship, or sportswomanship in this case. Beautiful resemblance of the game as it should be played. And it's probably a great way for us to finish our coverage here at the Pan Pacific Masters with an absolutely beautiful token of being a good sport. My name's Dylan Kimlin, and I will finish off with once again a big thank you to Gem Life for providing the sponsor for the live stream for this event. We've had a wide variety of commentators coming across, so thank you to Bruce Winther, Ron Gartliff, Taylor Smith, Gail Aiken and Mike Neal. It's been a great draw across the event, and I think we're going to call it here. So this once again is Dylan Kimlin. Thank you for tuning in.
Who's to say who's young, who's old? Compared to who? Age is complicated. You see, Most people really stop getting older at age 26, but their bodies just don't get the memo. So, hidden inside most over 50-ish-year-olds is the soul and spirit of a 26-year-old, with the same loves and desires and hopes and dreams, just in slightly different packaging. Why waste time wondering when you could be enjoying? It's your life, and life is what you make it. So, what are you waiting for?